have more merit than others. So yes, I'm asking the protestants to identify if you think that there are particular objections by DWR that have more merit and should be maybe prioritized so that you have clarity on what evidence is in or out. I certainly would be open to requests for prioritization of certain things. Otherwise, I will work through these to the best of my ability as efficiently as possible and get them out. Please keep in mind that next week does include a state holiday. It is also spring break for many of those who have school-age children. So next week is a difficult time. With all that said, I wanted to, and again, reiterating, very likely the evidence comes in and any objections will be considered in terms of weight of the evidence rather than admissibility. So please plan your rebuttal evidence accordingly. So that is all I wanted to say on that point, unless there are other questions and things that come up. So with that, I will turn to the room. Are there procedural matters, comments, etc., that we should address before we jump into our modeling panel this morning? Then with that, I will look to our usual. We can please elevate Ms. Carroll. I assume we may have Ms. Morris here, but I don't, although I don't, there she is. Wonderful. We can elevate Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris, and we will start there. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Sir Kinsey and Carol for DWR.
Good. I didn't hear the first part, but then your audio kicked in, so I think we're working. Ms. Morris, good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources. I need to change my background, but I did also want to note that volume 50 of the transcript has been uploaded to the FTP.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Then with that, I think we can turn to, usually we elevate Mr. Krieger, so we might as well do that. And then if the witnesses for DWR can please raise your virtual hands, we will elevate you as well.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Krieger. And then if I can ask the witnesses once elevated to please come on camera and I will say hello. We will just test your audio and video here. Good morning, Mr. Singh. I cannot hear you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Atelovich, good morning.
Good morning.
And I can hear you. Wonderful.
Great.
Good morning, Dr. Priest.
Good morning.
It's Dr. Priest, right? Did I get that right?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Fitzhugh.
Good morning.
That's working. And good morning, Mr. Schwarz.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. My intent here is to go ahead and swear each of you in and then hand things over to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. But is there anyone else in the attendee room who should be elevated at this time? All right, then I will start with administering the oath. I will start with Mr. Singh. If you would please raise your right hand. And you will need to come off mute, I think, depending on how the audio is working. Mr. Singh, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next in my Zoom line is Mr. Atelovich. If you would please raise your right hand. And you may need to come off mute. There we go. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Dr. Priest, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Schwarz, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Fitzhugh, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, I will look to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning, witnesses. I'm glad to have you all here, and I'm glad our technology is working. So, Mr. Fitzhugh, I'm going to start with you this morning. Have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And is DWR 109 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
And is DWR 128 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes, it is.
And did you assist in preparing DWR 123, the rebuttal testimony of Amardeep Singh, as it pertains to CalSIM 3?
Yes, I did.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Ateljevich, I'll go to you next. Have you previously testified in this hearing? Is DWR 610 a true and correct copy of the CV you previously submitted? Is DWR 129 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing? And did you assist in preparing DWR 123, the rebuttal testimony of Amardeep Singh as it pertains to
Excuse me, we
DSM-2
need him
and
to
schism
answer
modeling in
audibly.
the Delta?
I'm sorry, Ms. Carroll. Looking to the court
He's
report.
not answering audibly.
Oh, well, can I
Thank
affirm
you.
then? Yeah, that was a mute issue. Can I affirm then that do you have to ask the questions again? Maybe?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can go back. So let's see. Did you hear DWR 129 is a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
And did you assist in preparing DWR 123 or revise, the rebuttal testimony of Amardeep Singh as it pertains to DSM-2 and the schism modeling in the Delta?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ateljevich. Mr. Singh, have you previously testified in this hearing? Unmute.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Is DWR 102 a true and correct copy of your CV previously submitted?
Yes, it is.
And is DWR 123R a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any additional changes at this time?
Yes, I do have a few changes. One in my presentation, 124R, and then some in 123R, my testimony.
Let's do 123R first, please.
Okay. So 123R, page 9, line 3, there is a typo there. The dryer should be spelled D-R-I-E-R, not dryer. And then page 64, line 17. When I'm referring to DPWA 027, that should be NDWA 027. Page 83, line 3. Again, a reference, I'm using DWR 110R. It should be just DWR 110. There was no 110R. And on page 113, I have a change. I can see the line number. Just 1 second, sorry. So page 113, line 19, instead of San Joaquin River at Vernalis, it should say Old River at Tracy Road. That's all the changes I have. And then,
hold on, Mr. Singh. I'll get to your PowerPoint presentation in a moment. Thank you, and I'll represent that we will submit a red line of these corrections.
Thank you.
Let's see. Did you rely on DWR 104R, 110, 111, 125 through 127, 130 through 135, 138 through 141, and 600? Also, Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibits 62 and 65 to support your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. And is DWR 124R a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And you said you had changes to this document. Could you please cite those?
Yeah, there's just one change, and that's on slide 53. And instead of water quality at Vernalis, it should be water quality at Old River at Tracy Road.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And then Dr. Priest, I'll turn to you. Have you previously testified in this hearing?
I have.
And is DWR 401 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes,
Is DWR 508R a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
it is.
And do you have any changes at this time?
Yes. On page 3, footnote 1, I cite to DWR 515R. This should just be citing to 515 as there is no 515R. Then on page 13, line 23, and also page 28, line 6, I cite to 514. For consistency, I should have cited to 514R. Then finally, or actually two more, I cite on page 2, line 6, and on page 25, line 23, to DWR 527. That citation should have been to DWR 529. And then my final correction for this exhibit is page 9, paragraph 20, line 10. The line starts with except. It should say except in wet and above normal water year types.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. And did you rely on DWR 123R, 125, 400, 404, 516 through 535, and 537 through 560?
Yes,
Did you also rely on Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibits 58, 59, and 1077 to support your testimony?
I did.
And is DWR 509R a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any changes?
No.
Thank you. And then Mr. Schwartz, I'll finish with you. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I do have a change to 510R.
Oh, okay. Please let me know.
It's the same change that I made on page 9, paragraph 20, line 10 of 508. I don't have a line number for this, but it's page 22, and it should say except in wet and above normal water year types. So in wet and is the addition.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Priest.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, welcome to the hearing. Is
you.
DWR 1307 a true and correct copy of your CV?
It is.
And is DWR 1306 a true and correct copy of the rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
Thank you. And did you rely on DWR 1309 through 1318, DWR 112, DWR 126 and 127, and 214 to support your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is DWR 1308 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And with that, Mr. Singh, I'll go back to you. If you could please summarize your testimony. And Ms. Mullen, I'll get you a site. If you could please pull up DWR 124R. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, hearing officer. This is Amardeep Singh, modeling manager for Delta Conveyance office within DWR. Next slide, please. So next couple of slides, I'm going to focus on just listing some of my rebuttal points from my testimony. Starting with number one, the testimonies of several protestants inappropriately applied modeling results. They computed absolute differences between point in time with DCP and without DCP scenarios for impact evaluation, which is an unsound method. For 2043 climate change scenarios, incremental effects of DCP to flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and delta water quality remain consistent with 2040 results that were presented in the final environmental impact report. Modeling results for 2043 updated climate change scenarios show the highest changes in water level occur near the intakes during high flow and high water level periods. During low water level periods, DCP operations will not reduce water levels. Modeling results for 2043 updated climate change scenarios indicate that change in exceedance probabilities of water levels with DCP at RD999 headquarters siphon and Sutter sluice siphon are minimal. Next slide, please. So continuing with my opinions, the 2043 modeling results confirm that DCP has a very small effect on frequency and magnitude of reverse flow events occurring upstream of the proposed intakes. DCP does not affect frequency of low flow events at Freeport and has a very small effect on frequency of reverse flows upstream of proposed intakes, especially those with greater intensity and duration. 2043 modeling results show minimal or no changes to electrical conductivity, EC, are expected with DCP at Byron Bethany's Irrigation District at Wickland Cut intake. Opinion 8, that increased salinity at Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough in some months does not necessarily mean there will be an increase in exceedances of 1981 contract water quality criteria with DCP. And finally, a substantial portion of Mr. Burke's testimony for South Delta Water Agency is focused on analysis that is irrelevant to Delta Conveyance project. And furthermore, approach and methodology used in this analysis are misleading. Next slide, please. So the first opinion is the testimonies of several opinions inappropriately applied modeling results. They computed absolute differences between point in time with DCP and without DCP scenarios for impact evaluation, which is methodologically unsound. Next slide. So this slide here is the slide that was presented earlier by Mr. Eric Grace on behalf of DWR in our case and G's testimony when he was talking about appropriate use of models. And as listed in the slide, the models are best used comparatively. And these models show generalized long-term trends, and they're not should be used as absolute predictions, especially in a planning setup with calcium. When showing model results, statistical comparisons are preferred over absolute differences at specific points of time. And as an example, period averages, monthly averages, year type averages, exceedance probabilities, the type of summaries that we have used in our EIR and throughout this testimony. This approach helps mitigate distorting effects of varying antecedent conditions. So calcium uses certain functions and thresholds as it marches through different months, and at times those minor changes in antecedent conditions can cause big change in storage flows. So any models any analysis that uses calcium and DSM-2, we shouldn't rely on looking at a particular month or particular time period with and without project when you're looking at project impacts. Next slide, please. So next couple of slides are just some examples. This is an example from testimony from South Delta Water Agency. Mr. Burke presented charts like this on the left, where he computed the differences between EC with the project compared to the baseline on 15-minute time intervals. So for the whole simulation period, he took those differences on a 15-minute time step for stage and water levels in different locations in South Delta. And in my opinion, this use of 15-minute data and calculating differences is an appropriate use of model results. And to the right, we have presented exceedance plots that show the difference in terms of exceedance plot probabilities with and without project is the right approach. Next slide, please. So this slide has another example that was used by North Delta Water Agency in their tech memo. Dr. Parvathinathan, he presented changes in EC at Sacramento River at Amiton, and he calculated for the whole period of simulation monthly differences between project and DCP, and showing the changes that are happening each month, and also referring that there's up to 164% change or increase in EC under DCP conditions. So in my opinion, again, doing month-by-month comparison for these models is inappropriate. And to the right is some of the information that we have presented, looking at monthly averages, daily averages, and also daily exceedance plots with and without project to look at probabilities of differences that DCP might cause. Next slide, please. There's another example. Dr. Paulson, on behalf of Delta Parties Water Agency, she suggested that DWR should have computed EC at Amiton, where we should have taken EC from alternative 5 minus existing conditions for each month, and then we should have computed a statistical distribution of 94 values for each month. So Paulson suggested that this time align month by month differences for 94-year simulation, and then computing exceedance statistics is not appropriate use of modeling results, because again, it relies on time and point with and without project differences for the whole period of simulation. In my opinion, when DWR presented tables of exceedances with and without project, and then just the difference of those exceedances is appropriate use of model results and is not flawed. Next slide, please. So next set of slides, I'll be discussing the 2043 climate scenarios. And before I go into these slides, I just want to highlight that in yellow in the slide that we did make some updates to our DSM-2 modeling in January. So when this rebuttal testimony was submitted back in December, the model was updated to incorporate some sub-daily criteria that's in the final DCP ITP. So These slides were revised, and as I walk through those slides, some slides are highlighted in yellow, showing that the slides have been updated based on latest modeling. So the opinion here is that 2043 climate change scenarios, incremental effects of DCP to flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and delta water quality remain consistent with 2040 results presented in the final environmental impact report. And I know this is focusing on future climate change conditions. Some of the protestants listed here claim that DWR didn't disclose project impacts 2040 and beyond when DCP is expected to be operational. On the contrary, DCP final EIR did have appendices that presented a long-term analysis of project impacts at 2040. And also the final EIR included a 2070 analysis that qualitatively discussed potential long-term operational changes and impacts based on trends and conditions in water supply and demands in California. Next slide, please. So since then, the DWR has prepared a report that analyzed DCP operations with updated regulations. So this includes the DCP ITP criteria based on ITP that was issued February of last year. It includes the new climate change scenarios, sea level rise assumptions for 2043 and 2085. And this report results from 4 scenarios, 2 at 2043 and 2 at 2085 were compared to the 2040 central tendency modeling scenarios that were presented in the final EIR. And the analysis confirms that incremental changes with DCP under these new climate scenarios at 2043 and 2085 are similar to those that were presented in the final EIR for the 2040 CT. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide? Sorry. So next set of slides, I'll be talking about some storage changes. Looking at Lake Oroville, and then Shasta, Folsom, and Trinity end of September storage. So each of these slides has 2 charts. On the left, I'm comparing exceedance probability of storage in Oroville end of September. The solid lines, the solid black line and solid green line are scenarios from the final EIR that were based on 2040 central tendency and alternative 5. And the dashed line, again, black and green. On the left panel is based on 2043 CC50, and on the right chart, it's 2043 CC95 scenario. So what these set of plots are showing is that, there is, with the changes in hydrology between 2040 CT and 2043 climate scenarios, that, we do see, in the baselines, a decrease in storage. But in terms of incremental changes with DCP, end of September storage, the changes are very similar or no changes with DCP to what we saw in the final EIR. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly go through these other examples. This is also Shasta end of September storage. The solid lines are from the EIR, dashed lines with and without project based on updated climate scenarios and DCP ITP criteria. Again, we see lower storage because of changes in hydrology, but in terms of incremental changes, the changes are very similar to what we saw previously, which was minimal changes with DCP. Next slide, please. So this slide here is looking at Folsom Lake end of September storage. And again, similar trend in terms of changes at 2043 being similar to what we saw in the final EIR, although there is differences in the baseline because of changed hydrology. Next slide, please. This is similar results for Trinity Lake end of September. Next slide, please. So this slide is just kind of a summary of the exceedance plots we saw. So the top table is looking at EIR 2040 central tendency within our project and change in storage, and comparing that to 2043 CC50 scenario. So again, we see both baselines and DCP have no changes in terms of upstream storage end of September. And the bottom table is for CC95. So again, if you look at the percent change column from the EIR and at 2043 CC50, CC95 scenarios, those changes are very similar and very small. Next slide, please. So in summary, 2043 scenarios, reservoir storage volumes at Oroville, Shasta, Trinity, and Folsom remain very similar at the end of September, with and without DCP, consistent with 2040 results in the final EIR. Next slide, please. So next set of slides, we're looking at flows upstream of the proposed intakes. So this slide here is looking at monthly averages at Sacramento River at Keswick and American River at Watt Avenue. And again, there is two sets of line. The solid lines are from the EIR climate scenario and DCP operations. It's alternative 5. And then set of dashed lines is based on the 2043 scenarios and DCP, ITP operations. The left panel is CC50 and the right is CC95. So what we see in these plots is that looking at these monthly averages upstream of the proposed intakes, although there's again differences, just like storage, there's differences in the baselines because of different hydrologies. But in terms of project changes, we don't see no changes, and this is consistent with what we found in the final EIR. Next slide, please. This slide is again a couple more locations: Feather River and San Joaquin River at Vernalis. Again, similar plots, EIR modeling 2040 comparing to 2043 CC50 and CC95. And again, the changes with DCP are similar to what we saw previously in the final EIR. Next slide, please. So the next set of slides, I'm looking at changes in water quality. And there's like 3 locations where we have the 1641 requirements. This one is looking at water quality at Edmonton, and this slide was revised based on updated DSM-2 runs that incorporated sub-daily operations from ITP. So what we see on the left is monthly averages, or actually for each month, it's the daily averages for each month. And the first 2 bars are from the EIR, which is 2040 CT, no project, and also alternative 5. And the next 2 bars are on the top chart, it's CC50 at 2043. The bottom chart is CC95. And what we see here is that, the differences, incremental changes with DCP for this location. The changes are very similar, although they do go slightly up in October, but most of the months the changes are either similar or less than what we saw previously. And plots on the right, we have exceedance plots of daily mean. So this is simulated EC for each day of the 100-year simulation period, plotted on an exceedance plot with and without project for the 4 scenarios. And again, the goal here is to show that the probability of exceedance, what was presented in the final EIR modeling, is similar in terms of incremental changes with DCP under this new scenarios and DCP ITP criteria. Next slide, please. This slide here is looking at Jersey Point, San Joaquin River, Jersey Point, and this is also revised based on updated modeling. And again, similar to a previous slide, what we see here is incremental changes with DCP at 2040 CT, comparing that to new scenarios presented as monthly averages and also daily exceedance plots. And again, the differences remain very similar to what was presented earlier. Next slide, please. This is water quality, Old River at Rock Slough. And again, similar set of plots and looking at the differences between baseline and DCP. Those changes remain very similar to what we saw under 2040 CT scenario in the final EIR. Next slide, please. So in summary, in terms of water quality changes, the incremental changes with EC, with DCP are similar under both 2040 CT and 2043 baselines with the updated climate scenarios. Next slide, please. So next set of slides, I'll be talking about changes in water levels. So this opinion that modeling results for 2043 updated climate change scenarios show highest changes in water levels occur near the intakes during high flow and high water level periods. During low water level periods, DCP operation will not reduce water levels. Next slide, please. So again, this set of slides is similar to what I presented previously in my case in chief for existing conditions, but this one is looking at future scenarios from the EIR and the updated 2043 climate scenarios. These are exceedance plots of daily minimum. So for each day in the simulation period, we looked at what the minimum water level was with and without project and plotted exceedance probability of that. So values to the left are periods when we have higher flows and higher water levels, and values to the right are more drier, low water level conditions. So this set of charts here is just downstream of the proposed intakes, and similar to what we found for existing conditions, this is this point where we have the biggest changes in water levels with DCP, but those changes are similar in terms of what we saw under 2040 climate scenarios with DCP compared to the new scenarios. The set of lines on top is from 2040 from the EIR, and the set of lines that have lower stage is from 2043, CC50, and CC95. So again, the changes that we saw with DCP do remain consistent with what we found earlier. Majority of the changes are happening, 10 to 20% probability range when the water levels are high flow periods. But if you look towards the right of the plot, above 50% probability, those changes, even at this location, are minimal to no changes. Next slide, please. So this is a location further downstream, and looking at George N.S. Slough, Sacramento River, downstream of George N.S. Slough. So we, again, do see some changes in daily minimum stage with DCP. But again, the comparison is similar to what we saw under 2040 CT in the EIR. And these differences in terms of daily minimum stage are more dissipated compared to right downstream of the intakes. Next slide, please. So as we move further away from the intake, so this one is looking at Rio Vista. I know we see similar to the results we saw for 2040 EIR runs. The changes with DCP are minimal to no changes at this location. Next slide, please. Just a couple more slides on stage. This one is Old River and Tracy Road, South Delta. In terms of changes in minimum daily stage exceedance probabilities, we don't see any changes at this location for either of climate scenarios. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, in terms of water level changes, the conclusions related to effects of DCP on delta water levels remain unchanged with 2043 scenarios. The largest reduction in minimum daily water levels occur immediate vicinity downstream of the intakes, and locations far from North Delta diversion show negligible change in water levels when we look at daily minimums. Next slide, please. So this slide here, opinion is modeling results indicate that changes in exceedance probability of water levels with DCP at RD99 headquarters siphon and Sutter Slough siphon are minimal. So protestants from North Delta Water Agency raised concerns that if reduced surface water levels become a norm during operations of DCP, the siphons in their district may experience reduced efficiency levels. So the next couple of slides are to address that concern. Next slide, please. So this slide here is looking at modeled DSM2 output of stage at RD999 headquarters siphon. And these exceedance plots are hourly stage. So for each hour in the simulation with and without project, we see exceedance probabilities of that. And these plots here are focused for dry and critical years, because that was concern that was raised that during those dry periods there might be issues with those siphons operating. So what we see for CC50 and CC95 at this location, hourly stage, we don't see, there's minimal changes, and smaller changes that we see are during high flows. And again, when you move to the right, we don't see any changes in exceedance probability of hourly stage. Next slide, please. This is another siphon location, Sutter Slough siphon. And again, similar to previous location, the changes are minimal in hourly stage. And, so the contrary to concerns raised, these figures show that there's no noticeable change in exceedance probability of hourly stage with DCP. Next slide, please. So next set of slides are looking at reverse flows. So similar to what we saw previously for 2020 modeling results. So the 2043 modeling results confirm that the DCP operations do not exacerbate the frequency and or magnitude of reverse flow events occurring upstream of the proposed intakes. Next slide, please. So these slides are similar to what was presented earlier for 2020 modeling scenarios. So this one is looking at frequency of reverse flow duration events, or by duration. So for whole modeling simulation period, we looked at with and without project 15-minute data and calculated how long those reverse flow lasts, and this is the frequency of how many events based on the duration of those reverse events. The solid lines again are 2040 from the EIR, and the dashed lines are 2043 with and without project. Chart on the left is CC50, chart on the right is CC95. So what we see here is that in terms of frequency for a given duration with the project, we do see very slight increases, but the results are very consistent with what we saw for 2040. Next slide, please. So this slide here is looking at the reverse flow distances and frequency of that. So how far the reverse flow travel from the SAC regional discharge location. Solid lines are again 2040 EIR, central tendency with and without project, and dashed lines are under this updated climate scenarios with DCP ITP. And what we see is that in terms of the frequency of these reverse events, there is minimal changes with DCP. And especially if you look at stronger reverse events, 0.8 miles and larger travel distances, those changes are minimal to no changes. Next slide, please. So in summary, similar to existing conditions, results presented in my earlier testimony, the reverse flows attributable to DCP operations are very small in both the duration and reverse flow distance. Next slide, please. So protestants from SAC Sewer stated that DCP may increase probability of low flow conditions at Freeport. So my opinion is that DCP does not affect frequency of low flow events at Freeport and has a very small effect on the frequency of reverse flows upstream of proposed intakes, especially when we're looking at reverse events with greater intensity and duration. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of monthly average flows for whole period of simulation at Freeport. So chart on the left is comparing CC50 with and without project with 2040 CT from the EIR. And on the right is the 2043 CC95 with and without project compared to 2040 central tendency for the final EIR. Again, so what we see is that in terms of average monthly flows, we do not see any changes with DCP in Freeport flows with DCP compared to the baseline. So this is consistent with 2040 CT results in the final EIR. Next slide. So this slide here is looking at probability of daily average flow. So focusing on low flows. SAC Sewer indicated that frequency of low flows might change with DCP. So looking at flows up to 10,000 CFS, the first column is the frequency based on the updated baseline that was presented in my testimony. This is 2020 conditions with just a historical hydrology. And then the DCP ITP is ITP criteria based on DCP ITP that was issued in February last year. So what this table shows is that in terms of frequency of those low flows occurring at Freeport with the project, they remain very similar to the baseline conditions. So showing that there's no changes in Freeport flow with the DCP. Next slide, please. So this is looking at the protestants from Byron Bethany Irrigation District. Also noted that DWR has not provided information looking at water quality at some of their intakes. So this one, this opinion is that 2043 modeling results show a minimal to no changes in EC are expected with DCP at Byron Bethany's irrigation district at Wickland Cut intake. The next slide. So this set of slides are results supporting the opinion. So this is daily mean EC at Wickland Cut with and without project. So probability of exceedances for CC50 and CC95 scenarios. And what we see in these plots is that exceedance probability with DCP remain equal to what the baseline condition. So there's no changes. Next slide, please. So this is looking at increased salinity at 3 Mile Slough. So increased salinity at Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. In some months, we do see an increase with DCP, but in my opinion, that does not necessarily mean that there will be increase in exceedances of 1981 contract water quality criteria with DCP. And in my testimony, I have some example of a water year that was presented looking at historical exceedances and the standards, and even assuming that with DCP, if we have increases for the whole year, that does not necessarily mean that we'll be going above the criteria that's in that contract. Next slide, please. So next set of slides is looking at South Delta Water Agency testimony. A substantial portion of Mr. Burke's testimony for South Delta Water Agency is focused on analysis that is irrelevant to DCP. And furthermore, the approach and methods he used in his analysis are confusing and misleading. Next slide, please. So, and now, he presented Mr. Burke presented some information that looked at what the effect of existing projects is on South Delta. So he presented some information that looked at impacts on water availability, and also changes in flow within Delta channels. And as I pointed out earlier, that none of this information is related to DCP operations. So this is with existing facilities. And in my opinion, looking at that, he tried to compare projects scenario with a no project scenario where he removed exports. And in doing so, he although did remove export pumping from his modeling of a no project scenario, but he maintained in a South Delta temporary barriers. Additionally, the project reservoir operations were not changed. So really, his no project scenario is a scenario that is not possible, and it artificially increases water levels in South Delta, and he's comparing that to with project scenario. Next slide, please. So he also presented, Mr. Burke presented analysis looking at impacts on Tom Paine Slough. Again, none of this analysis is related to DCP, although in his testimony he did say that based on proposed operations of the DCP, we'll see a reduction in South Delta exports more than we'll see an increase. So that should improve water availability. But he did present an analysis looking at a different exports level and volume entering the Tom Paine Slough. He presented a rating curve that looked at some differences in stage and how much flow could enter Tom Paine Slough. And the rating curve that he presented is unrealistic because actual flows going into the slough are much smaller than what his analysis is showing. Additionally, he also looked at the no project and different levels of exports reductions, and it had some issues in terms of the assumptions he made. And within Tom Paine Slough, he assumed that there is no changes in water level, which is practically physically impossible. So his whole analysis, in addition to being irrelevant, had some assumptions that are flawed. Next slide, please. And so just to show that point, this is a plot that shows water levels at 3 locations. So this is a chart that was generated by DWR based on data available. And this is looking at June 2024 period there. Although there are multiple charts like this, but this is what's presented here. And it looks at water levels at 3 locations. So one at Sugar Cut, which is the solid blue line, and then the dashed red line is which is labeled as TPI, which is above intake. So what we see is that the water that's coming into Tom Paine Slough is still, even at lower water levels at Sugar Cut, we do see in terms of water entering, the response to the water levels is pretty similar. So even a lower stage at TPS is not changing or affecting Tom Paine Slough TPI above the intake. But if you look at the dashed blue line, it shows that as you look at a location that is more upstream, there is a significant drop in water level. So what we're trying to illustrate here is that the problem isn't really getting water into the system, but it's moving it through the slough, and shallow areas and weeds are currently blocking the flow within the slough. Next slide, please. So Mr. Burke also looked at changes with DCP, and he looked at changes in stage. So he presented some figures and tables that compared water surface elevations with and without DCP. In his results that he presented, he used a 16-year time window instead of the full 100-year simulation. And as I mentioned earlier in my presentation today, that he did a step-by-step difference analysis. So for each 15-minute period, he calculated differences with and without project. And again, as mentioned earlier, this is an appropriate use of models, and especially looking at a 15-minute time step, it can be affected by small shifts in the tidal signal between the two scenarios. So DWR did look at the full 100-year period, and we are presenting some exceedance plots of daily minimum stage at these locations. So if you go to the next slide, please. These are the 6 locations that Mr. Borg presented the results. So this is exceedance plots of daily minimum stage at these 6 locations within our project. And what we see is that looking at daily minimums and their exceedance probabilities, there are no changes with DCP. Next slide, please. So similar to stage, Mr. Burke also looked at changes in salinity with DCP. Again, he used a shorter period and also he used the model results inappropriately by calculating differences on a 15-minute time step within our project. And this is an appropriate use of model results. And if we move to the next slide, please. This is, you see changes in South Delta. There are 6 locations, Old River, Middle River, Sugar Cut. These locations were presented by Mr. Burke in his testimony. Again, we don't see any changes with DCP. Next slide, please. Mr. Burke also criticized DSM-2 mainly because of input bathymetry data. And in his testimony, he compared DSM-2 results with the field data at one point of time in 2023. And looking at that figure and some of the data behind it, found those results to be confusing, inaccurate, or misleading. He's conflating depth and elevation when he's talking about that figure in his testimony. And the water surface levels that are drawn in his figure do not match the observed surface data at the time. And also it does not match DSM-2 data. So there were a lot of information that was confusing and inaccurate in his analysis. Mr. Burke carried out no evaluation of model that supports his conjecture that model updates or updating bathymetry would significantly affect DCP versus no project analysis. Next slide, please. Mr. Burke also cited literature that criticized DSM-2. So he cited a journal listed in the slide here from Sridharan that evaluated delta simulation model. And what he failed to mention was that there was an 11-page erratum to this report because there were errors in this report, and this erratum corrected this report, and actually the phase error that was originally reported was corrected based on the corrections that were made in their calculations. Mr. Burke did not mention this in his testimony. Next slide, please. And so Mr. Burke also believes that there's a strong correlation between San Joaquin River flows and water quality at Old River at Tracy. So this is a correction I made. It should say Old River at Tracy Road, not Vernalis, during summer months. And he presented a plot and a regression equation that basically indicated that there's this correlation between water quality at Old River Tracy and Vernalis flow. And his analysis was based on just 3 months, and also looked at high Vernalis flows, which skews that regression. If you go to the next slide, please. So this chart here is a chart that is regenerated by DWR. It replicates the information that was presented by Mr. Burke, which is looking at flows at Ornalis and EC at Old River Tracy Road. And then the only exception is that we did focus on flows 3,000 CFS and below. These are the ranges of flow where we have water quality and water level concerns in South Delta. And we also added not just the summer months, but other months in the chart. So the panel on the left, the blue dots include other months. So what we see here is that, there's a big variability in terms of the flow and EC relationship at this location. And when we use the regression that was provided by Mr. Burke, and we apply it to a bigger data set, actually that R-square value is not that good fit, and it is actually negative, and depending on the data that you consider. Next slide, please. So that's the conclusion, in terms of what my opinions that are summarized. The protestants' testimonies have not altered the opinions I stated in my prior testimony concerning changes to flows, storages, water levels, and flow reversals, and delta water quality under DCP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I will look to Ms. Carroll. Do you think now would be the best time for our mid-morning break?
Yes, I was just going to suggest that Dr. Priest has a presentation that'll last about an hour, so that's what we can anticipate next.
That makes sense. All right, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We will come back at 10:22. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And then I understand I should look, I see we have Ms. Carroll and Dr. Priest, so I will look to the two of you.
And let's see, Ms. Mullen, I should have had this ready for you. Can you please pull up DWR 509R? And then Dr. Priest, when that's up and you're ready, please summarize your testimony.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and thank you, Ms. Mullen, for advancing the slides for me. My name is Ellen Priest, and I'm an Environmental Program Manager with the California Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. This slide gives an overview of my testimony, and I want to start by mentioning the yellow highlighting that is on this slide, as well as sprinkled throughout the rest of my presentation. So this yellow, my testimony was originally submitted in December 2025, and modeling results for the 2043 have been updated, as Mr. Singh discussed. These updates are denoted with an R in the name, and where the modeling results differ from that original submittal, they have been highlighted in yellow in this presentation. And I do want to note that all of the changes are quite small. So for an overview of my testimony, I will first discuss effects of the Delta Conveyance project on salinity at the City of Stockton water treatment plant intake located on the San Joaquin River. Next, I will discuss effects of the Delta Conveyance project on salinity in 2043. So that's with the updated 2043 modeling. Then I'll discuss effects of the Delta Conveyance project on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. And finally, effects of the Delta Conveyance project on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms with the 2043 modeling. Next slide, please. So now I'll start with my opinions. My first opinion is that the Delta Conveyance project would not alter water quality at the City of Stockton's water treatment plant intake in the San Joaquin River for chloride or bromide in a manner that would cause adverse impacts to the municipal and industrial supply beneficial uses at this river location. Next slide, please. So for chloride, DWR assessed chloride using the Basin Plan incorporated secondary MCLs of 250 milligrams per liter recommended, 500 milligrams per liter upper, and 600 milligrams per liter short term. The city claimed that 110 milligrams per liter value is an internal operational preference that should be used in the assessment. However, this is not a regulatory objective, and the city's own data show continued diversions at chloride levels well above 110 milligrams per liter. DWR's modeling shows that Delta Conveyance project operations would not increase the frequency of chloride exceedances of regulatory objectives, and monthly average chloride at Empire Tract would differ negligibly from both existing and baseline conditions. Next slide, please. For bromide, the city submitted a data set that indicated weak year-to-year correlations between bromide and chloride at the intake. So DWR, and they were suggesting that because of that, bromide wasn't assessed correctly, but DWR did not use a chloride-bromide regression or correlation. Bromide was evaluated using a mass balance approach at this location, which is appropriate for this particular location within a tidally mixed estuary that has multiple sources of water. Correlations between chloride and bromide were not required at this location because DWR's analysis does not depend on a chloride-bromide relationship. Thus, the strength or weaknesses of correlations in the city's short-term data set is not relevant to the validity of the method. There are also data quality concerns with the submitted data set. The weak correlations in the city's short-term data set are affected by anomalous values. So for example, there are 0 bromide values that are paired with elevated chloride. This does not undermine DWR's analysis because this is not possible to have zero bromide with elevated chloride. Modeling again shows no Delta Conveyance project related increase in bromide or chloride that would impair municipal supply. DWR's modeling shows monthly average bromide concentrations at Empire Tract would differ negligibly from both existing and baseline conditions. Next slide, please. For opinion 2, the 2043 modeling shows that while Delta Conveyance project could result in higher electrical conductivity, chloride, and or bromide in the Delta at certain locations in some months, the Delta Conveyance project would not cause water quality degradation such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected. Next slide, please. So this is a table that shows the percent of days in water years 1922 to 2021 that electrical conductivity exceeded the agricultural beneficial uses water quality objective. So in the first column, we have the assessment location. The second column is 2043 CC50 baseline. Third column is 2040 CC50 with the Delta Conveyance project. And then the fourth column is 2043 CC95 baseline. And the final column is 2043 CC95 with the Delta Conveyance project. There's 3 items that I'd like you to take away from this slide. First, there's very little difference in the revised, those yellow highlighted numbers compared to those struck through and submitted in December. Next, modeling results show that at some locations, there is a slight, and by slight, I mean less than 1% lower ability for the Delta EC objectives to be met with Delta Conveyance project operations compared to 2043 baselines. In many cases, there's no change between the 2 scenarios. Any of these increases and exceedances are a modeling artifact. These exceedances are mostly a result of differences in model assumptions between CalSim and DSM-2. D1641 objectives are implemented in CalSim, but due to many factors, including the difference in time step between the models. So CalSim is a monthly time step, while DSM-2 is a 15-minute time step. DSM-2 may show exceedances that are more related to the differences in the assumptions within each model. Next slide, please. So this is another of the compliance tables. This is percent of days in water years 1922 to 21 that electrical conductivity exceeded the fish and wildlife beneficial uses water quality objective at the 2 locations. There's no change between the different scenarios at San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, and then under the CC95 scenario, there's a very slight increase with the Delta Conveyance project compared to the CC95 baseline. Once again, this is below less than 1% change, and it is due to the differences in the time steps between CalSim and DSM-2 that I just described. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to show some electrical conductivity results, and this is the Sacramento River at Edmonton. So the non-highlighted months are the months or partial months when water quality objectives are in place. And then I have the 4 scenarios here, each representing a different color on the bar plot. So the base CC50 is blue, gray is the Delta Conveyance CC50, and then there's a blue speckled for the CC95 baseline, and then a gray color for the DCP CC95. Model results show that during the months when these water quality objectives are in place, on a long-term average basis, EC for baseline conditions and Delta Conveyance project are the same or similar. And now, although I'm only showing one example of the bar plot in this presentation, in general, these modeled EC results with both the CC50 and CC95 scenario show little to no change at all of the different compliance locations compared to the baseline scenarios. Next slide, please. Moving on to chloride. This is the percent of days in water years 1922 to 2021 that chloride concentrations exceeded the 250 milligram per liter municipal and industrial uses water quality objective. And these tables are set up like the electrical conductivity tables with the 4 different scenarios as the different column headers. The yellow highlighting again shows the updated modeling results, and you can see very little difference from those submitted in December. Also, there are, once again, very little change, little to no change, depending on the location. In the compliance, when there is a change, it's less than 1%. And in fact, in this case, it's lower than both baselines. But once again, this is a modeling artifact due to the different time steps of the 2 models. Next slide, please. This is number of years in calendar years 1922 to 2021 that chloride concentrations exceeded the 150 milligram per liter objective for Contra Costa Water District Pumping Plant number 1. And you can see that it is identical across all 4 scenarios. So 1 out of 99 years exceeded that objective. Next slide, please. This is showing the long-term monthly average for chloride at the Contra Costa pumping plant. And in general, modeled chloride with Delta Conveyance project operations is very similar to modeled chloride under the 2043 climate change scenario baseline at the compliance locations. And once again, I'm only sharing this one figure, but this holds true for all of the figures that are in my testimony and supporting exhibits. Next slide, please. Now I'm sharing bromide, moving on to bromide results. So this is the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. So in general, the modeled bromide with Delta Conveyance projects operations is similar to bromide under the 2043 climate change scenario baselines. You can see very little to no differences in each of those compared scenarios. And this also holds true for the other bromide locations addressed in my exhibits. Next slide, please. This is showing one other bromide plot. This is for the San Joaquin River at Antioch. And once again, I'm just wanting to highlight that there's very little change in the long-term monthly average between the different baselines. So between the CC50 baseline and Delta Conveyance project, and then comparing the CC95 with Delta Conveyance project to the CC95 baseline, you can see little to no change in each month. Next slide, please. Now I'm moving on to opinion 3. Dr. Paulson's approach of, and this is shifting really from salinity now into the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom part of my testimony. Dr. Paulson's approach of calculating residence time for the delta as a whole to assess potential changes in CHABs is not scientifically appropriate, given the delta's strong spatial heterogeneity and tidal dynamics. Cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom development depends on local residence times, not system-wide averages. DWR's use of regional and sub-regional residence time metrics is consistent with best available science, while whole delta calculations obscure the localized conditions that control bloom formation. Next slide, please. So residence time within the delta is spatially variable, and cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom relevant processes respond to local transport time scales, which vary widely across the delta, and they cannot be captured by a single system-wide residence time. And thus, whole delta metrics are inappropriate for assessing cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Using these whole delta wide residence time calculations, you obscure sub-regional conditions that control nutrients, phytoplankton growth, and ultimately cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom occurrence. Therefore, it's necessary to have a spatially resolved analysis like DWR completed. It provides a more accurate and scientifically dispensable understanding of how residence time influenced delta conditions for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. In addition to incorrectly using a whole delta residence time, Dr. Paulson also incorrectly calculated the whole delta residence time by including Sassoon Bay in the calculation. Sassoon Bay is not part of the legal delta, and cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms are uncommon in Sassoon Marsh and Sassoon Bay. Therefore, including Sassoon Bay in a whole delta residence time calculation is inappropriate. It also leads to overestimation of residence time. So by including Sassoon Bay in the calculation, it artificially inflates total delta volume and overestimates residence time under both existing and baseline conditions, as well as delta conveyance project operations. When Sassoon Bay is correctly excluded, residence times are lower for both scenarios and differences are smaller, undermining the claim that delta conveyance project operations substantially increase delta-wide residence time. Next slide, please. Dr. Paulson also suggested that DWR didn't appropriately account for tidal sloshing, but this is incorrect. The method that DWR used to calculate residence time correctly represents tides. DSM-2 simulates bidirectional tidal exchange, and the residence time metric, which in the case of my analysis was time for 90% of water to exit a subregion, captures the integrated effects of tidal oscillations on transport and flushing without tracking individual tidal excursions. The purpose of my analysis was to be comparative, and so the residence time analysis is designed to compare relative hydrodynamic retention across scenarios and subregions, and not to track individual water parcels or repeated tidal excursions across multiple regions. It's important to note that even if a cyanobacteria cell is transported into an adjacent subregion, there's no guarantee it will continue to grow or aggregate with other cells to form a bloom. It's not known if the necessary environmental conditions may persist or align across these boundaries. Next slide, please. Dr. Paulson also uses an IKEA analogy to suggest that that is a good way to look at delta-wide residence time, and I strongly disagree with the use of this analogy. It completely misrepresents the analysis. DWR's residence time calculations were not intended to track the full trajectory of individual water parcels or cyanobacteria cells across the entire delta. Instead, it was to provide a comparative measure of retention within specific subregions. Using this IKEA analogy ignores cyanobacteria biology. Cyanobacteria have short lifespans and are sensitive to changing light, temperature, salinity, and mixing. Transport through multiple subregions does not imply continued viability, growth, or bloom formation. The cumulative residence time is also biologically unrealistic. Unlike people exiting an IKEA store, cyanobacteria cells can die, settle, or lyse before leaving the system. This makes system-wide cumulative residence time an inappropriate metric for CHAB risk. Cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom risk depends on local conditions, such as residence time, nutrients, and mixings within specific subregions. And this is why we see more severe blooms in some areas of the delta compared to others. So it is appropriate to use specific subregions and not a whole delta average. This underscores why subregional residence time is the appropriate scale of analysis. Next slide, please. Dr. Paulson also suggests that DWR did not do a good job choosing or defining the subregions. And it's important to point out that the subregions are not arbitrary. The DWR subregions are established DSM-2 hydrodynamic units derived directly from the model grid, and they reflect real differences in connectivity, tidal exchange, and retention. The subregions were selected to evaluate where the Delta Conveyance project could plausibly affect hydrodynamics and residence time, which is appropriate for assessing cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom relevant project effects. Residence time is biologically meaningful at local scales. Subregional analysis is consistent with prior delta studies, while whole delta averages obscure critical spatial variability. Next slide, please. For my fourth opinion, Dr. Paulson's conclusion that warmer temperatures combined with higher residence time caused by the Delta Conveyance project will increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom likelihood or severity is not supported by DWR's modeling or by the physical processes that are govern temperature in the delta. Next slide, please. So there is no temperature effect from Delta Conveyance project. Modeled water temperatures are identical under the Delta Conveyance and no project scenarios for 2020, 2040, and 2043. This is because the Delta Conveyance project does not alter thermal structure, stratification, or mixing. Any warming that's observed between 2020 and 2040 or 2043 is climate driven. Any increase in days exceeding the temperature threshold of 19 degrees Celsius, which has been identified as a threshold for when cyanobacteria enter the water column in the delta, is driven by future climate projections, and it occurs with or without the Delta Conveyance project. With no temperature change due to the Delta Conveyance project and no evidence that residence time differences are biologically meaningful, there's no interaction between temperature and residence time to create better conditions for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Increases in cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom risk are associated with this warming that reflects regional climate change, not the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. So I'm sharing an exceedance plot of temperature. This is the old river at Rock Slough, and this is August with the CC95 scenario. So the blue is the baseline CC95, and the gray is with Delta Conveyance project at CC95. And you can see that the two lines are directly on top of each other, which confirm there's no change in temperature between the two scenarios. Next slide, please. For my fifth opinion, Dr. Paulson's characterization of DWR's velocity analysis as irrelevant or providing false assurance is incorrect. Velocity is a foundational hydrodynamic variable that directly shapes the physical conditions governing CHAB development, and its evaluation is essential to any scientifically credible assessment of project effects. Next slide, please. Velocity is a key driver of harmful algal blooms. It controls mixing, dilution, transport, and retention, and is therefore a necessary variable to evaluate cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom potential. DWR used the appropriate analytical method by looking at absolute velocity exceedance plots that capture tidal oscillations, and these are the correct tool for comparing long-term conditions. There's no project effect. The tidal sloshing occurs under all scenarios, but modeling demonstrates that the Delta Conveyance project does not alter the velocity regime in the delta. Next slide, please. So I'm showing an exceedance plot here for velocity. And once again, I'm using Old River at Rock Slough as an example in August for the CC95 scenario. And as you can see, the lines once again fall right on top of each other, which indicates that there is no change between the two scenarios. And I forgot to mention for temperature, but this holds true for both the temperature and velocity exceedance plots that I'm just showing an example of one location. But this holds true for all of the locations that I assessed, and it also holds true for both the CC50 and CC95 scenarios. There's no change in temperature and no change in velocity under the Delta Conveyance project when compared to the baseline scenarios. Next slide, please. My sixth opinion, Dr. Paulson asserted that the Delta Conveyance project operations would increase residence time within Clifton Court Forebay and thereby elevate cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom risk. This is not supported by the available evidence. Next slide, please. Clifton Court Forebay residence time is operationally controlled. The Delta Conveyance project does not create a mechanism to increase residence time in Clifton Court Forebay beyond the existing controls. Dr. Paulson in BBID-11 showed box plots showing the median residence time under the Delta Conveyance project, and it is effectively identical to baseline conditions, with monthly increases during the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom season limited to 0.1 to 0.8 days, and a maximum modeled increase of about 2 days. In September 2040, it showed a possible increase from 14.6 to 16.7 days. However, this is not enough of a change to be ecologically meaningful. There's already at that time a 2-week residence time, which could support cyanobacteria growth, and an incremental increase of 1 to 2 days is small relative to baseline conditions and does not represent an ecologically meaningful change. Dr. Paulson also relies on an incorrect scenario to make the conclusion that cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms would be worse in Clifton Court Forebay. These claims are based on the North Delta diversion priority scenario, and they are not relevant to understanding the Delta Conveyance project effects. The South Delta preference reflects actual Delta Conveyance project operations, and it shows small or negligible residence time changes in Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. My seventh opinion, Dr. Paulson's assertion that the Delta Conveyance project in combination with climate-driven warming would increase the frequency or severity of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in Clifton Court Forebay is not supported by the modeling results, and it is inconsistent with the evidence presented. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously when talking about temperature, any warming that's observed is climate-driven, it's not project-driven. Modeled temperatures under the Delta Conveyance project are identical to baseline or existing conditions for 2020, 2040, and 2043. The Delta Conveyance project does not alter Clifton Court Forebay water levels, mixing, or heat exchange processes, so there's no mechanism to increase temperature. There's also no interaction effect. The residence time changes in Clifton Court Forebay that I just discussed are under the Delta Conveyance project are relatively small, and they're not ecologically meaningful. No evidence shows that these small changes interact with climate-driven warming to increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom frequency or severity in Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. For my eighth opinion, Dr. Paulson's assertion that Department of Water Resources implied cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms are not a concern in Clifton Court Forebay is incorrect, and it also does not demonstrate a project-related impact. Next slide, please. DWR did not imply that cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms are absent from Clifton Court Forebay, and we did not state or imply that they are not a concern in Clifton Court Forebay. The Forebay was just not the focus of the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom impact analysis in the final EIR or my previous testimony. As I've mentioned a couple of times now, modeling for 2020, 2040, and 2043 shows temperatures under the Delta Conveyance project are identical to baseline conditions, and monthly residence time changes in Clifton Court Forebay during this cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom season are relatively small and not ecologically meaningful. Given the lack of meaningful Delta Conveyance project related changes in temperature or residence time, there's no scientific basis to conclude the Delta Conveyance project would increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom frequency or severity in Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. My ninth opinion, there is no evidence to support the claim that Department of Water Resources herbicide treatment history demonstrates ongoing cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom abatement, or that the Delta Conveyance project would exacerbate cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom related operational disruptions at the intake channel or Clifton Court Forebay. Next slide, please. BBID submitted an exhibit that showed the number of treatments at the intake channel and Clifton Court Forebay since 2015 and claimed they were to treat cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. However, since 2015, those treatments were primarily for submerged aquatic vegetation or SAV control, not cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom. In the file that was submitted, only one of the multiple treatments was for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. These treatments are for routine operations and are not project effects. Submerged aquatic vegetation treatments address invasive vegetation that interfere with state water project operations, and these would occur with or without the Delta Conveyance project, reflecting baseline maintenance needs. Modeled residence time changes under Delta Conveyance project are minimal and not ecologically meaningful, so there's no evidence that Delta Conveyance project would increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom occurrence or severity in Clifton Court Forebay or the broader Delta. And then the claim that the delivery interruptions would be an issue. These are not project driven. Temporary diversion interruptions result from routine submerged aquatic vegetation management and BBID's existing system constraints with their limited storage and reliance on real-time diversions and are not related to the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. My 10th opinion, the assertion that DWR's residence time method is flawed and that the Delta Conveyance project would increase residence time and cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom probability at the City of Stockton's water treatment plant intake is not supported by the residence time modeling or the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom analysis. Next slide, please. Department of Water Resources evaluated residence time at the City of Stockton's intake using sub-regional modeling of the San Joaquin River near Venice Island. This is not an area recognized as a harmful algal bloom hotspot, although blooms may occasionally occur there, as well as modeling the downstream Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel subregion, which is recognized as a cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom hotspot, meaning more severe blooms occur there more frequently than other areas in the Delta. At Venice Island, the 2020 modeled increases, so those used in the EIR and in my previous testimony, are small and month specific. So the maximum increase was from 129 to 143 hours with the Delta Conveyance project. Under the 2043 climate scenarios, any increase is less than 10 hours across percentiles relative to the baseline residence time of 4 to 12 days, depending on the month. Deepwater Ship Channel residence time generally decreases under Delta Conveyance project operations, although there are some limited month-specific increases under CC 95 that remain small relative to baseline residence times of several weeks. Once again, Dr. Paulson misapplied the whole Delta metric. The Delta-wide residence time values cited by Dr. Paulson do not characterize local conditions at the intake, and then therefore cannot be used to infer that cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom risk in a spatially heterogeneous system. Climate-driven warming occurs with or without the Delta Conveyance project, and neither DWR's subregional modeling nor Dr. Paulson's results show a project-related change in residence time sufficient to increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom frequency or severity at the City of Stockton's intake. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just share some box plots that we used to help make this determination. And as a reminder, the box plots summarize data distributions by showing the median, so that black middle line in the middle of each box plot, the interquartile range from the 25th to 75th percentiles over the spread, so how the data is spread, and then the outliers are those black dots that rest outside of the box plots. And they're a good way to compare across scenarios. And what you can see here, so this is the San Joaquin River near Venice Island, and it's in hours on the y-axis, and then the month of the bloom season from June to November is on the x-axis. And I'm showing the CC95 scenario here. So the white box is the baseline and the gray is the Delta Conveyance project. And you can see some slight shifts in the median of the box plots, but the box plots are matching up right next to each other and they're very similar to one another. And that indicates that there's little to no change under the different scenarios. And that's across all of the months assessed here. Next slide, please. This is the other location that I mentioned, the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel, the time and hours to flush 90% of water from the location. This is an area that I did say is known for having harmful algal blooms, and you can see in hours how much longer the residence time is at this location to the Venice Island. The upper end of the y-axis is over 2,000 hours under certain scenarios. But the takeaway from this slide is that once again, the boxes are very close to each other. They're very similar. And therefore, there's little to no change in each of these months for the Delta Conveyance project at the CC95 compared to the baseline. Next slide, please. Also wanted to include one exceedance plot to show what I was showing in the box plots a different way. This is the same data just presented as an exceedance plot. This is for the month of July only, and it's showing the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel time and hours to flush 90% of the water from the location. The blue line is the baseline CC95 and the orange is Delta Conveyance project CC95. And you can see that these lines fall right on top of each other for the most part. At the 60th percentile, you can see the baseline is slightly higher than the Delta Conveyance project. And then at the 90th percentile, there's a slight divergence of the lines again. But overall, the lines fall right on top of each other. And this suggests there's little to no change in residence time at this location, and certainly no ecologically meaningful change in residence time at this location with implementation of the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. For my 11th opinion, there's a claim that upstream cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom impacts are caused or worsened by the Delta Conveyance project, but this is not supported. Next slide, please. Testimony from Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Mulcahy describe how existing cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom conditions have restricted tribal fishing, cultural practices, and access to sacred waters. And these points raise very important concerns about ongoing water quality challenges. However, these concerns are related to existing conditions and they're not project-related effects. The harmful algal bloom events described near Verona, Shasta Lake, and upstream Sacramento River locations occur under current environmental conditions, and they are not linked to Delta Conveyance project operations. The locations are upstream or outside of the Delta Conveyance project area of influence. The project would not alter flows, temperatures, nutrients, residence time, or hydrodynamics in these upstream waterways. While their testimony highlights serious and meaningful cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom issues, there's no physical or operational mechanism by which the Delta Conveyance project could exacerbate the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom conditions that were described. Next slide, please. For my 12th opinion, current scientific understanding does not establish that the Delta Conveyance project would create or exacerbate cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom related aerosol formation or associated human health risks. Next slide, please. While Barbara Berrigan-Perea's testimony correctly highlights emerging research on whether cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms may generate airborne particles, it does not address a critical point, and that is that the scientific community does not understand the health implications of inhaling cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom related aerosols. While concerns about potential respiratory effects are understandable, the current science does not yet define exposure levels, duration to this exposure, or toxicity thresholds for cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom related aerosols in the Delta. Most importantly, the Delta Conveyance project does not increase the frequency, severity, or duration of cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom, so it would not increase any potential for cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom associated aerosol exposure beyond those that are occurring under existing or baseline conditions. Next slide, please. For my 13th opinion, there was an assertion that changes in flow alone determine cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom occurrence in the Stockton waterfront, and that project-related flow modifications would therefore increase bloom risk. This is not supported by the scientific evidence. Next slide, please. A paper that I was lead author on does not support a simple flow-bloom relationship. And an attorney, DTEC attorney, cross-examined me on this issue in December and suggested that there was a simple flow-bloom relationship, and I want to be clear that there's not. Bloom dynamics within the Stockton area are shaped by hydrologic extremes in our paper, and both droughts and high discharge periods impact the harmful algal blooms rather than by flow magnitude and isolation. So in our paper, we compared harmful algal blooms from drought versus wet years, and severe blooms occurred during the drought of 2022 when nutrient concentrations were high due to limited dilution, while no blooms occurred during the high discharge year of 2023 despite higher nutrient loads. And this is because concentrations were diluted below bloom supporting levels. Bloom dynamics were governed by nutrient concentrations at the Stockton waterfront that were shaped by stormwater runoff, San Joaquin River reservoir releases, and tidal mixing. And they were not by flow magnitude and isolation or from the actual physical effects of flow. Next slide, please. For my 14th opinion, based on 2043 modeling, it's my opinion that Delta Conveyance project operations in 2043 would not increase the frequency and magnitude of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms that would result in a substantially increased risk of negative effects to beneficial uses associated with cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show a few exceedance plots. This is the temperature results at Mildred Island in August with the CC50 scenario. And you can see that the lines fall on top of each other, which shows there's no difference in temperature between the baseline and Delta Conveyance scenarios. Next slide, please. This is, once again, Mildred Island in August, and this time I'm showing the CC95 scenario. And again, the lines fall on top of each other, showing no impacts to temperature from the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. Moving on to velocity. And this is the channels around Mildred Island. This is for in August as well for the CC50, and the lines for the CC50 baseline and Delta Conveyance project fall on top of each other, showing no change in velocity between the two scenarios. Next slide, please. Once again, this is the channels around Mildred Island in August, this time for the CC95 scenario. Once again, the lines fall on top of each other, and you see no change between the two when comparing the two scenarios. Next slide, please. Now I'm showing the residence time box plots. This time I'm showing them for Mildred Island at CC50. And similarly to the box plots I discussed earlier in my testimony, you can see the medians are very close to each other, and the boxes themselves line up next to one another. So there's little to no change in residence time under the CC50 scenario at Mildred Island. Next slide, please. This is Mildred Island again for residence time, and this time I'm showing the CC95 scenario. The same conclusion can be reached as what I just showed in the previous slide. You can see that the boxes for the two scenarios generally line up very nicely next to each other, and there's only small, if any, changes in each month between the two scenarios. Next slide, please. So it was claimed that water quality wasn't evaluated in the future, but 2040 results were presented in the final EIR, and updated analysis evaluated 2043 at both the CC50 and CC95 climate scenarios, confirming that future climate conditions were assessed. DSM-2 modeling was used to evaluate temperature, velocity, residence time, and then we qualitatively assess nutrients and water quality to determine whether Delta Conveyance project operations could increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom frequency or magnitude. Modeling shows negligible differences in temperature and velocity, and there's only small month-specific residence time changes that are insufficient in magnitude, extent, or duration to affect cyanobacteria growth or aggregation. Because temperature, nutrients, turbulence, and mixing, water clarity and residence time are not substantially altered, Delta Conveyance project operations would not increase the frequency, magnitude, or duration of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms relative to future baseline conditions. Next slide, please. So I have two final slides to wrap up everything that I've discussed today. For the salinity conclusions, I used the appropriate standards and methods. Salinity was evaluated using adopted regulatory objectives and scientifically appropriate methods, including the mass balance for bromide. There's no adverse effect to beneficial uses. 2043 modeling shows that while electrical conductivity, chloride or bromide may be higher in some locations during certain months, Delta Conveyance project operations do not cause water quality degradation that would adversely affect beneficial uses. Changes are limited and localized, so any modeled increases in salinity indicators are location and month specific and remain within the context of future baseline conditions and do not represent a system-wide or persistent change. Finally, regulatory compliance is maintained. Salinity conditions under the Delta Conveyance project remain governed by regional hydrology and tidal processes, and modeling demonstrates continued consistency with applicable water quality objectives. Next slide, please. These are my cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom conclusions. There's no project-driven cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom impact. I used appropriate modeling, reviewed the literature thoroughly, and used analysis to show that the Delta Conveyance project does not meaningfully alter temperature, velocity, residence time, nutrients, or water clarity in a way that would increase cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom frequency, magnitude, or duration in the Delta. I used the correct scale and methods. Subregional DSM-2 modeling appropriately captures the localized hydrodynamic conditions that govern cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Using whole delta averages and simplified assumptions do not. And then finally, climate is the driver. Observed in future cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom risks are driven by climatic variability, not by Delta Conveyance project operations. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. With that, I will look to you, Ms. Carroll. Who do we have next?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Next, we will go to Mr. Schwartz. And in preparation, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 1308. And Mr. Schwartz, when you're ready, please summarize your testimony.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Advisor. Thanks for having me. My name is Andrew Schwartz. I am the State Water Project Climate Action Manager within the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. I'm a licensed registered engineer in California. I have 20 years of water resource development experience. 16 of those years have been working on climate change mitigation and adaptation of California water resources. And most importantly for my testimony today, I led development of the hydrologic inputs for climate change to the updated modeling that we've provided to the administrative hearing officer, and also the development of the climate adjusted hydrology that I will cover in my testimony today. Next slide, please. My testimony today will focus on reviewing the testimony of Dr. Susan Paulson, specifically her opinions 1, 2, and 6 that address sea level rise and other modeling by DWR, and the testimony of Mr. Jeff Lucas. Next slide, please. Dr. Paulson's opinions 1 and 2 take issue with the amounts of sea level rise that DWR evaluated in the final environmental impact report. And she claimed that the 1.8 feet of sea level rise we evaluated does not represent the amount of sea level rise that would be likely when the project would be operating sometime in the mid-2040s. Next slide, please. I will show that DWR's use of the 1.8 feet of sea level rise in the final environmental impact report represents a reasonable level of sea level rise during the operational period, especially when compared to the full range of sea level rise projections provided as guidance to state agencies. And further, that modeling updates provided by DWR explore the potential range of sea level rise outcomes both above and below 1.8 feet that Dr. Paulson reviewed, and these should resolve any remaining questions about the amount of sea level rise evaluated. It's important to note that the FEIR was issued in 2023, and the analysis and conclusions in it used best available science and guidance for state agencies at that time. Some of the science and guidance has since been updated. Our modeling updates draw on that new science and guidance, but I will show that despite those updates, the 1.8 feet that was used in the FEIR is actually still a very reasonable estimate of mid to late century sea level rise for California. Next slide, please. This is figure 1 from Dr. Paulson's testimony. I want to point out that this figure does not appear in any peer-reviewed science publication or state guidance document. It does, however, appear to draw selectively on data from the 2017 State of California Sea Level Rise Guidance that was published by the Ocean Protection Council and submitted as Exhibit DWR 1315. Dr. Paulson has plotted selected scenarios of sea level rise, not all of them, and she selectively emphasizes the extreme H++ scenario. I've added the highlighted yellow circle there to draw your attention to that extreme sea level rise scenario there. This scenario represents an outside worst case single pathway tied to rapid Antarctic sea ice sheet collapse and is not even probabilistically quantified in the guidance. Further, this scenario is no longer even considered plausible and has effectively been removed as a standalone scenario for more updated guidance, submitted as Exhibit DWR 1316. This is the 2024 Ocean Protections Council guidance that supersedes the 2017 guidance I just mentioned. Dr. Paulson has placed red diamonds to show the amounts of sea level rise DWR evaluated in the FEIR. You can see those placed at the 2020 mark and on that black line associated around the 2040 mark. You can see that even on this worst case, implausibly high scenario trajectory, 1.8 feet is still about the amount of sea level rise we might expect at 2040, around when DCP would begin operating. But if we were on any other of these trajectories, the purple or the teal, it would occur much later in the run, out beyond 2050 or so. But let's move off of Dr. Paulson's figure and move to the figures that actually appear in the sea level rise guidance from 2017. Next slide, please. So this is table 1 from that guidance from 2017, Exhibit 1315. And here, all of the scenarios are included on this table. And I've added the red boxes to show where the 1.8 feet of sea level rise that DWR evaluated in the FEIR would fall in these different trajectories of sea level rise. So I think the best way to look at this is to look at these in columns. So if we're talking about a median level of sea level rise that might occur, so this is a 50% probability, 50% that we might see more, 50% we might see less. This shows that under that assumption, 1.8 feet of sea level rise would not be expected to occur until 2100. This is the only scenario column that even includes the H++, and you see it's out there at 10 feet. But beyond that, and all of the other columns, the H++ is not even included because it has no associated probability or assessment of its likelihood. So if we move over to that likely range, that's a 67% probability that the sea level rise would fall in this range. You see that once again, 1.8 feet of sea level rise is right in the meat of that range for 2100, long after the DCP would be operating. And finally, next, we could look at what is a scenario where there is just a 5% probability that we might see more than a certain level of sea level rise. Under this conception or this trajectory, we wouldn't hit 1.8 feet or exceed 1.8 feet till well after 2060, probably 2070. It's hard to kind of exactly fit between what's shown there, but well after 2050. And even under an extreme low probability, a less than 1%, 0.5% probability that we might exceed this, 1.8 feet is still right around what would be expected at 2050, after the DCP would go into operation. Next slide, please. Here's another figure from that same guidance document published in 2017. This is table 4. And this just shows it in another way. I've highlighted the bars for 2 feet of sea level rise, which is as close as they've published for what would be equivalent to 1.8 feet. And you can see that under this RCP 8.5 and RCP 2.6, those are emissions pathways. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But basically, let's just look at RCP 8.5. That's a more pessimistic, a higher climate change outcome for California, more greenhouse gas emissions forcing warming. Even under this higher scenario, there is a less than 0.5% chance of exceeding 2 feet of sea level rise by 2050, only a 3% chance that we would exceed 2 feet by 2060, and only a 13% chance that we would exceed 2 feet by 2070. Therefore, I think it's clear that 1.8 feet of sea level rise was according to this guidance, was a very reasonable level to choose to evaluate what mid to late century sea level rise might be for the project. Next slide. But going beyond that, that guidance has, as I said, been updated. It was updated in 2024. And this is table 4.1 from that new updated Ocean Protection Council guidance. Here, the sea level rise scenarios are displayed slightly differently. But again, you have decadal timeframes on the left-hand column, and you have different scenarios of climate change or of sea level rise across the top of the scenario, of the figure of the table. I'm going to focus on the intermediate, and high scenarios of sea level rise because I think those are more protective. And I want to start with reading you the definitions of how the Ocean Protection Council defines an intermediate scenario of sea level rise. This scenario provides a reasonable upper bound for the most likely range of sea level rise. That's the intermediate definition. Now I'll read the definition for the high scenario. This scenario only arises with high future emissions and high warming, with large potential contributions from rapid sea ice sheet loss processes. And it's also described as a worst case scenario. The guidance also states that it should be used with caution and consideration of the underlying assumptions because it is so high. So that high scenario should be understood as an extremely pessimistic look at what we might see with sea level rise. On this figure, the green, blue, red, and purple boxes that I've placed on this figure represent the sea level rise estimates in DWR's new modeling that was updated modeling that was presented to the AHO. The first scenario is a half an inch, the second half a foot, I'm sorry, represented by the green boxes. The next scenario is 1 foot of sea level rise, represented by the blue boxes. The red boxes are 1.8 feet of sea level rise, same as what we evaluated in the FEIR. And the purple box is 3.6 feet of sea level rise. So if we look down the intermediate column, the intermediate assessments of what sea level rise we might see, again, this is a reasonable upper bound for the most likely range that we might see of sea level rise. We have scenarios that represent the most like this 2040, 2055, let's say, 2080, and after 2100 of what we might see. If we take the intermediate high, you see we see those values. And even if we go out all the way to the high scenario of sea level rise, DWR's sea level rise scenarios that we've explored would give you an accurate representation of the worst case scenario that might occur by 2040, 2050, 2060, and about 2075. Next slide, please. With that, I will turn to Dr. Paulson's opinion number 6. This opinion takes issue with the baseline scenario that DWR uses and suggests that it should have included future, and I bolded future there, changes in hydroclimate, additional future changes in hydroclimate. Here, Dr. Paulson appears to be confused about what a baseline is versus a climate change scenario. The baseline is not a future scenario. The climate-adjusted hydrology that DWR used, or the climate-adjusted historical hydrology that DWR used, was developed in 2023, and it was explicitly designed to acknowledge that climate change has already altered California's hydroclimate and that the raw historical observational data alone may no longer represent current conditions. The CAH, or the Climate Adjusted Historical Hydrology, is intended to represent current observable changes affecting stream flow, rather than to be a forward-looking projection of potential future hydrologic mechanisms. For those looking for future projections, they should look at the 2040, 2070, or the 2043 and 2085 scenarios that DWR has provided. DWR based the Climate Adjusted Historical Hydrology on the full natural flow data set. This is the best long-term observed record of stream flows in California, and it's used extensively by DWR and the Water Board and other agencies. The full natural flow captures aggregate observed changes, including evapotranspiration shifts, wildfire runoff response, and watersheds where there have been wildfires, snowpack timing, melt changes, drought variability, atmospheric river impacts. To the extent that these influences have already influenced stream flow, the full natural flow record will pick that up. DWR used this record to extract clear, observable trends, and then applied those trends across the historical record where appropriate, so that we've adjusted the historical baseline of hydrology to reflect that. So those earlier years in the record reflect what we're seeing today currently. All of that work was externally peer reviewed and published. As I move forward in my testimony, I will talk about historical baselines and anywhere else where I'm talking about historical baseline in my testimony, I'm referring to this climate adjusted historical data set. So while I'm saying historical, I mean that it's already been adjusted for the climate changes that have already occurred. Next slide, please. Summarizing my review of Dr. Paulson's testimony, the 1.8 feet of sea level rise that DWR evaluated is an extraordinarily severe outcome for 2044, when DCP might begin operations, and probabilities of exceeding 2 feet or so of sea level rise by mid-century are extremely low, less than 0.5%. And 1.8 feet of sea level rise is within the likely range across all of the emissions pathway scenarios for 2100. And finally, updated modeling explores a wide range of potential sea level rise conditions, fully exploring the intermediate to high sea level rise scenarios based on newest science and policy guidance. And the climate adjusted historical hydrology is designed to provide a representation of current conditions and is not intended to represent future conditions that have not yet been realized. Next slide, please. In Mr. Lucas's testimony, he suggests that modeling and analysis of climate impacts conducted by DWR was insufficient. And he points to a single scenario, which is a single global climate model run with a single emissions pathway and a single set of initial conditions, and I'll define those in a minute. And in that one scenario, he finds an apparent drying trend in the Feather River watershed that indicates that the climate change signal could be a reduction in precipitation of 8% by 2040 and 10% by 2070. Next slide, please. I will show that DWR's updated modeling indicates that applying an 8% or 10% overall drying trend on top of natural interannual variability would be far too extreme and outside the range of the climate change force signal indicated by the newest climate models. And what Mr. Lucas is actually identifying in his analysis is a combined interannual and climate signal shift. I will further show that within the scenarios provided in the modeling updates, DWR explores combined climate and interannual variability extremes in excess of the conditions that Mr. Lucas identified and suggested we should evaluate. Throughout my testimony here today of Mr. Lucas's work, I'm going to be referring to a bunch of terms, and I want to define those terms clearly so that we're upfront, so that we're all on the same page. So Global Climate Model, or GCM. This is a physics-based computer model that simulates Earth's climate system, the atmosphere, ocean, land, and ice. And there are about 100 different models or so accepted and used by the international community. Emissions pathway. An emissions pathway is an assumption about future greenhouse gas emissions based on socioeconomic pathways. These are used to force the model, to tell the model how much climate change might, or how much our emissions into the atmosphere should be pushing the climate system toward additional climate change. In the older generation of models, we called these RCPs, or representative concentration pathways. In the newer generation of models, we call these SSPs, or shared socioeconomic pathways. For our purposes today, they're very similar, and they just provide a range of scenarios that represent the uncertainty in how the international community will respond to our need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. Another important term is initial conditions. This is the starting state of the climate system that is used to run a global model simulation. These are important because the newer generation of models has multiple runs run with different initial conditions, but everything else in the model is the same. And these initial conditions just represent minuscule changes in the input variables at the start of the model run. And these translate to an ability to evaluate and quantify kind of the noise, the randomness, the natural variability in our climate system that we know exists. And it helps to be able to distinguish that natural variability within these model runs from actual climate signal. I'll also talk about downscaling, which are methods to translate coarse GCM output to finer regional or local scales. A climate model run is a model-based estimate of future climate under specified assumptions. So this is a run of one of those given GCMs under a defined emissions pathway and initial conditions. That model run may or may not be downscaled to a local level, but for the purposes of my testimony today, all the model runs I'll be talking about have been downscaled to better reflect local climate conditions. And finally, the last term, a climate scenario, a CalSim scenario. A CalSim scenario is a run of the CalSim model forced with 100 years of temperature, precipitation, and stream flow data. The scenario may be forced with existing hydroclimate conditions or a future hydroclimatic condition. It can also have today's infrastructure or operations or some proposed future infrastructure or operations like the DCP. Next slide, please. First, I want to dig into how problematic the analysis that Mr. Lucas presented is. He cites the results from one model run for the Feather River watershed at 2040 to show that we might see a drying trend of -8% at 2040 and -10% at 2070. However, much of the change that Mr. Lucas is identifying reflects interannual natural variability. This is California's natural tendency for hydroclimatic swings. We see this in the paleo record. We see this in every historical record, even before climate change. And it's not specifically a climate change signal. The problem with what Mr. Lucas has done is that DWR's CalSim runs and climate scenarios map climate change signal on top of the adjusted observed record of natural variability. Or put another way, identified climate signals are used to modify historical patterns to understand how these patterns, these would behave in a future climate changed world. One of the reasons we do this is that climate models have struggled to simulate the historic hydroclimate variability in California, and therefore we have more trust in the observed record as a basis for system testing. That isn't to say we ignore the climate change. We turn to those projections of future climate change to identify how that historical behavior is likely to change. And we map that change onto the historical baseline to see what the future might look like. The historical baseline includes a lot of this, all of this natural variability, or what we might call noise. That is not a pejorative. It's the variability. And if we're looking at signal, the signal is what is the climate change forcing that we're looking for. And we recognize that that noise is extremely important for testing our water system. So in this figure, actually, before I jump into the figure, what all this means is that the plausible mean precipitation changes needed to evaluate system impacts are substantially smaller than the extremes implied from raw single projection run analysis conducted by Mr. Lucas, on the order of a few percent, rather than the near double-digit percent changes presented by Mr. Lucas. Let's dig in deeper to see how these models perform. So Mr. Lucas, in his testimony, highlighted a single run model that was kind of cherry-picked to show a model that showed drying throughout the watershed. I'm going to pick a different model from these 20 that are plotted. So all of the runs are there in gray in the background. I've plotted a different model. This is HADGEM CC. And it's the one highlighted in kind of red or brown there. And you can see that for the Feather River watershed, this is 30-year average precipitation. Again, the same analysis that Mr. Lucas did. 30-year average precipitation does a lot to help smooth out some of the interannual variability, but it doesn't remove all of it. And so that's what we're going to see here. So in this climate run, climate model simulation, the average precipitation from 1981 to 2010 over the Feather River was 71 inches. If we look ahead to what it says for 2037, average 30-year precipitation has fallen to 62 inches. That's a decrease of 14.2%. So we might look at this model run and say, oh my goodness, climate change says we are going to dry out the Feather River watershed by 14.2% within the next 20 years. However, if we keep looking at this model run, that trend completely turns around. And by 2079, we have an average precipitation of 85 inches, or 18.6% wetter than the historical average. So we may ask, what is this climate model telling us? Is the climate getting wetter or drier? Because then it turns around again by 2099 and is down to 67 inches of precipitation, or 6.7% less than the historical average. What we can understand from this is that there is tremendous variability, natural variability in the system, and our climate models pick some of this up. And that's mostly what we're seeing here. It is very hard to disentangle from looking at one scenario like this, what the signal is and what the noise is. We need better tools to disentangle that signal and noise. And now I'd like to transition to what DWR has done with a newer generation of climate models and tools to disentangle this some more. Before I do that, I just want to say that it's notable that Mr. Lucas even acknowledged this in his own testimony, saying that 30-year averaging damps down much of the natural variability, but still allows a substantial degree of multi-decadal variability to pass through. And he correctly notes that using raw period change factors, exactly what he suggested we did, from individual model runs can introduce an excess of vulnerability. So it's curious as to why he would recommend that we should do that when he's made that statement. Next slide, please. Okay, so this figure is from DWR Exhibit 1312. This is our updated modeling or the backup documentation for how we developed our newer scenarios. And here I've plotted, or we've plotted two different model runs. So the top is one model, that's the Access CM2 model, and the bottom panel is F-Goals G3. These are just two different global climate models. As you can see, they're both run with the same emissions pathway, SSP 245, SSP 245 on both. And what you're seeing is three different traces. And the only difference in those three different traces is the initial conditions at which these models were started. And then they spin off and they do their thing. And so we can understand that if three runs of the same model that started at slightly different points end up with a similar trend, then we can kind of assume that we can that model is saying that there is signal there. There is a signal from that model saying this is what's happening. And if they differ a lot, then we would say, well, it's really mostly noise and we can't define a really clear signal for many of these models. So what's happening on the top model is that these three runs agree. They're all getting wetter. And we've taken the 30-year precipitation average and then fit a linear trend to each of those lines. And you can see all three trend lines go about this from the same place to the same place.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Schwartz, I apologize for interrupting. I have a hand in the attendee list, so this person cannot interrupt you, so I'm doing it for you. If you would just pause for a moment, and I see I have a hand from Ms. Meserve. I'll look to the hearing team. Will you please elevate Ms. Meserve? And good morning. It's still morning. Ms. Meserve, you're welcome to come on camera.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and sorry for the interruption. Ocean Reserve for Contra Costa County and others. I was trying to find where in Mr. Schwartz's testimony some of the things he was saying were, and I was having a hard time tracking the testimony with his remarks. So I do have an objection that it may be interesting, it may be informative, it appears to be somewhat in excess of what he has written in his testimony and in his slides. So I would just ask that he stay within his testimony, please.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I don't know if Ms. Carroll, you care to respond and point us to a particular location in the testimony that we should be looking to relate these particular graphs to?
I can't point you to a particular location, but we did submit substantial exhibits. Also, we've provided all of these, charts and graphs in the PowerPoint. So this is all part of Mr. Schwartz's testimony, and Ms. Meserve will definitely have a chance on cross to elicit further information.
Well, I understand that, but I appreciate that the graphs themselves, of course, were submitted in advance. Well,
but
maybe
also, I guess Ms. Meserve's comments were too vague to identify which part she doesn't see in his specific testimony, so I cannot address that.
Well, give me a moment here.
It was just some of the remarks about the criticisms of Mr. Lucas and how he was describing the variability and, I was just looking back at the testimony, and I think we're around page 10 and 11 of the testimony where we're talking about these materials, and it's just the testimony itself doesn't contain everything that Mr. Schwartz was saying. That's all I'm pointing out.
Well, okay, so let's go ahead and move forward. But Mr. Schwartz, you are, if you would please, you are confined to the content of your written testimony. So if you will please stay within those parameters, we can go ahead and move forward. And pardon the interruption, please.
I apologize for that, and I'll stay within the confines. So as I was saying, on the top panel, you see that these three linear trends are very similar to each other. And so when we average across those three linear trends, we get a consistent signal. And we would define that as a climate signal or a distilled climate signal. It probably still has some interannual variability in it, but that is how we interpret that as mostly climate signal, indicating that. But that model is suggesting that in this area, precipitation would be expected to increase over time as the climate warms. Conversely, on the lower panel, we see a lot of difference between these three runs of the same model. And there, it's confusing to understand what this model is actually telling us about the future. And the way we interpret that is that the interannual variability, the natural interannual variability or noise is most of what we're seeing here, because we see different outcomes with each of these different runs. And so if we average the linear trends from all three of these runs, we get a more neutral outcome. So here, this would suggest a very slight drying trend or signal from this model. Next slide, please. Here in this figure, I have plotted this again comes from the same DWR 1313 exhibit. I have plotted each of the outcomes from that linear, that 30-year average and linear trending analysis, and then averaging across initial conditions runs from the same models. And we've done this for temperature and for precipitation, and you can see how these scatter about from the different models that we've looked at on temperature change and precipitation change at 2043. And these are for all three emissions pathways, and you can see the colors there. In Mr. Lucas's testimony, he found that at 2040, we might see as much as -8% for a driest outcome, and as much as 25% wetter on the wettest outcome. That's his figure 6 in his testimony. What we see here is that the distilled climate change signal is significantly smaller than that, with the edges of the 95% confidence ring being about -5% to +8%. But we also see here a fairly significant tilt in the distribution, with higher changes in temperature correlating with wetter futures and less warming futures correlating to drier futures. That's that kind of tilt. You can see the circles tilted there from, I guess, left to right going up. So the take-home point here is Mr. Lucas's testimony identified a range of precipitation changes that could be driven by a combination of climate change and interannual variability. DWR's new modeling took advantage of new data. These initial conditions runs were not available previously, and so we took advantage of that to better separate the climate change signal from the interannual variability. The distilled climate change signal is shown on this figure. In our process, we sample from specific points on this distribution to explore the riskiest combinations of climate change for the SWP. When I mean combinations, I mean changes in temperature and changes in precipitation that would be likely to co-occur. We then add that climate change signal to the underlying variability of our historical baseline, so that the following scenarios, the final scenarios, have both historical interannual variability and climate change signal, which includes an amplification of historical variability driven by climate change. I want to stress that last point. Historical variability that comes from the observed baseline is amplified in our climate change scenarios, and I want to get into that specifically on my next slide, please. If you could advance, yeah. So this is the 2043 CC 95 or LOC level of concern 95 scenario. And this is over the Feather River watershed, and this is 30-year average precipitation. And it's important to note that the average amount of precipitation change discussed on the last slide describe how different a future might be from the present on average. But the average factor does not describe the wettest or driest conditions that we could experience under a future climate change. This is where interannual variability comes back in. Within each scenario, multi-year sequences explore California's natural variability and provide much more extreme conditions, conditions that model the way climate change may amplify California's underlying natural variability in ways that can stress our water system. And in this graphic, you'll see that the blue line is the 30-year rolling average of precipitation over the Feather River watershed. You can see that it bounces around from dry to wet and back again. And the orange line that I've placed here is the historical long-term average precipitation, about 1,100 millimeters of precipitation. The green line highlights that this scenario, on average, is about 1.5% drier. So it has about 1.5% less precipitation on average than the historical baseline to account for that climate change. However, when we look at periods within this run, we can see that there is a 30-year period. It's denoted as 1947 here, but that's just the historical year 1947. If it were to reoccur with a future climate, that 30-year period is 12% drier than the historical baseline, 12%. Mr. Lucas suggested that we should look at periods that are 8 or 10% drier. Here we've looked at a 30-year period that is 12% drier. Next slide, please. We can look at shorter averages of precipitation as well to see other types of droughts that we see in this record. So this is the same scenario. Here I've just plotted 3-year average precipitation instead of 30-year average precipitation. So you see a lot more of the natural variability signal coming through there. And you can see that here we have a drought ending in 1933 that is 41% drier than the long-term average. A 3-year period that is 41% drier. That is an extreme drought and is more severe than anything we've experienced in our observational record. We also have a 3-year period ending in 1984. This is 159% wetter than the historical average. So we are capturing these large extreme wet periods and dry periods that are a hallmark of California's climate, both historically and we believe going into the future. Next slide, please. Because Mr. Lucas also touched on stream flow changes in his testimony, I want to show how stream flow changes are represented in DWR's updated modeling. Each row on this table represents one of DWR's calcium scenarios, and you can see how much hotter each is than the current conditions, and those are in Celsius, so you can kind of roughly double those if you want to think about it in Fahrenheit. How much wetter or drier each scenario is, and how much more extreme the precipitation is. That's that 5th column there, increase in extreme precipitation. This is really an indication of how our models are capturing this amplification of extreme events that we know is happening with climate change. This is based on a concept called Clausius-Clapeyron scaling, which is basically a concept that has been well understood for over 200 years, well documented in the literature. And this really is the mechanism that we understand best about how a warming climate amplifies both the wetter wets that we see and the drier dries. And so you can see that for each degree of Celsius temperature increase in a scenario, about 7%, the precipitation becomes about 7% more extreme. So these are the most extreme events that we see get that much bigger, and the rest of the distribution gets that much smaller. It's essentially moving that precipitation from the drier days into the wettest days. And so you get both drying and wetting. You can see the sea level rise estimates in each model. And then you can turn to the change in April 1st snow water equivalent. This April 1st is traditionally the peak of our snowpack in California, and snow water equivalent is a measure of the amount of water trapped in that snowpack on April 1st. You can see that every one of the scenarios shows extraordinary loss of snowpack water content on April 1st. Nearly 3/4 of our snowpack water content is lost in the 2085 75th percentile. And then we can turn to change in average 8-river index flow. The 8-river index is an important aggregate measure of flow for the Central Valley of California. It covers 8 major rivers flowing into the Delta. And you can see that despite the fact that many of these 3 of the 4 scenarios actually show a slightly wetter climate than historical, all of the scenarios show a loss of 8-river index flow. So stream flow is going down, and in some places significantly, despite there being some additional precipitation in these scenarios. And that's a factor of the temperature warming and the additional ET that our models are picking up. And then we can move to 8-river into April to July 8-river index. This is the spring flow in this river index. And this is important because it's capturing both that loss of snowpack and stream flow changes. And you can see our models are picking up this extraordinary loss in spring flows. Next slide, please. In summary, Mr. Lucas's analysis of potential drying trends suggesting 8% at 2040 and 10% at 2070 is not supported by new science, which indicated that the range is much smaller, in line with the range of conditions explored by updated modeling scenarios, and that combined climate change and interannual variability extremes explored by the updated modeling exceed the extreme conditions identified by Mr. Lucas. Next slide, please. It is my opinion that the updated modeling uses the best available science, improved techniques that have been peer-reviewed by experts and follow the best practice, and that these new scenarios explore a range of future conditions, including drier average conditions, extreme droughts, sea level rise spanning the range of intermediate to high outcomes, and significant changes in stream flow, which fully addressed the concerns raised by protestants. That concludes my testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarz. And given the timing, we're right at noon. It seems to me that it would make sense to take our lunch break. Ms. Carroll, does that make sense to you as well? All right.
Yes, it does.
We have more to do. We have quite a bit to do coming before us. So I think I'd like to take a little bit shorter break. Let's return at 12:45, and I will see all of you then. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And with that, I will look, we see we have Ms. Carroll, so I will look to you. Who is our next witness?
I believe that's the end of the panel and we're ready for cross.
Ah, okay. Then, let's see. Looks like we have hands. If the hearing team can please elevate Mr. Cho.
Good afternoon again. Just as we get Mr. Cho elevated, OSHA Reserve here. We had planned to have Mr. Ruiz cross-exam perhaps at the end of the day today. He's had a health matter arise with his family, so I will slot in for him if need be. I will put the word out there if there's another protesting party that would like to do cross-exam late this afternoon after DTEC. That space is now open and we're going to be moving Mr. Ruiz to tomorrow, so to accommodate his schedule.
Okay. And with that, I believe I am turning to you, Mr. Cho. Is that right?
I believe so. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I do have some questions today for Dr. Priest and Mr. Singh. I believe after me, I'll be handing things off to Ms. Von Unger. She has a very long name, I'm sorry. Von Unger Sternberg Proofer with the DTEC parties. My estimate that I provided was approximately an hour and a half, and I'm going to try to hit that target. I do have a hard out at around 2:30, so I will for sure be done by then.
Okay, good to know. Looks like we have at least most of our relevant witnesses. Then with that, to you, Mr. Cho.
Great, thank you. I'm going to start with Mr. Singh, if that's all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm fine, thanks. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah.
I have several questions for you. I'm going to do them slightly out of order, just so we can get the water levels portion out of the way. If we could please turn to your testimony, DWR 123R at paragraph 51, which is on, I believe, page 79. Thank you. And you state in this paragraph that during low flow periods, there are negligible effects in water levels as the DCP can only divert relatively small amounts of water due to bypass restrictions and all other regulatory requirements. Do you see that language?
Yes, I do. Yep.
And I believe you define low flow periods here as the 50 to 100% exceedance probability. Is that right?
Yes, generally speaking, when I was looking at those exceedance plots, those were the times where we didn't see any changes. But in a more drier period will be to the right of that.
And do you have a sense of the range of diversion that would actually occur within that 50 to 100% exceedance level?
I think without knowing the flows and time of the month, I am unable to give you an estimate, so I'll need more information.
Okay, I'll move on. Could the bypass restrictions and operational criteria that you referenced there as limitations on DWR's ability to divert the DCP intakes change over time through adaptive management decisions?
Objection, cause for speculation, vague and ambiguous as to adaptive management.
I'll overrule it to the extent you can answer, Mr. Singh.
So I'm not sure in terms of how the future changes will, come into play, but all the modeling that is done and presented, the results that are presented, that is based on what we know today in terms of ITP requirements.
Thank you. And when you refer to all other regulatory requirements, do you contemplate DWR's contractual obligations within that?
So you're referring to line 7?
Yes.
So in that particular sentence, I'm referring to all the different criteria and requirements that we have in addition to bypass flow. So water quality control plan requirements, ESA requirements, and any other contractual requirements that operators operate to.
So does that include the water quality criteria under the 1981 contract with North Delta Water Agency?
Well, that is one of the criteria, or that is one of the requirements that it's my understanding operators operate to.
Thank you. Moving to page 79 and 80 of your testimony, I'm looking at starting at paragraph 53. You address North Delta witnesses' concerns regarding impacts that the DCP intakes could have on water surface elevations during operation, and you show exceedance probabilities of hourly water levels at Reclamation District 999's headquarter siphon and Sutter Slough siphon in dry and critical years. Is that a fair summary of that paragraph?
That is correct, yep.
And scrolling down a little bit, if we could, Ms. Mullen, to paragraph 55. You state that you analyzed the impacts at headquarters siphon and Sutter Slough siphon. Did you look at any other points of diversion in the localized impact area near the intakes?
So I have, as part of my testimony, both case in chief and under 2040 scenarios, we have looked at multiple locations within the Delta. So it is kind of a representative of the different locations in the Delta and effects that we see with DCP. And I presented some of those locations earlier today for 2043 modeling, which is downstream of intakes, Georgiana Slough, and Rio Vista, South Delta, also on McCulmy. So I have locations throughout the Delta. I'm looking at changes in minimum water levels. And I also presented some information on 6 locations in South Delta.
You did not identify any individual points of diversion in that analysis, did you?
No, those are in general looking at different locations in the Delta and addressing or showing water level changes, exceedances. The reason I have listed these 2 locations were based on in North Delta Water Agency's case in chief. They indicated there will be issues, or there could be issues at these 2 locations.
And is it your testimony that reduced flows downstream of the intakes due to DCP diversions will not have any detrimental effect on stage for any diverter in Delta channels?
No, that's not my testimony. My testimony is that based on the modeling results, where we looked at 100 years of simulation, different points in the Delta, we do see some changes in minimum water levels, daily water levels downstream, or right immediately downstream of the intakes. And as you move away further, those changes dissipate. And also the observation is that most of those changes that are happening when the stage is high and under drier and low stage conditions. I'm not seeing any changes in terms of probability of exceedance looking at minimum daily water levels. So that is my testimony.
Thank you. So did you evaluate how the resultant lower flows caused by diversions of the DCP intakes during low flow periods can lower stage and Delta channels when combined with physical conditions like silting?
Could you elaborate a little bit more? I'm not sure when you say silting. I don't understand what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the process in which a channel may accumulate silt that impedes the amount of flow that can pass by.
Assumes facts not in evidence, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled.
So all my analysis is based on the best available version of DSM-2 that is being used in this analysis. And again, the analysis that I'm doing is comparative analysis with and without project. So any future changes or any updates to the model obviously are not part of this analysis, but the focus is using the best available information we have and looking at, comparative mode or relative changes with baseline.
I don't mean to steal any thunder from Mr. Ruiz, especially since he can't be here today, but just briefly, you used DSM-2 bathymetry to model the potential impacts on water levels from the DCP diversions. Is that correct?
Yeah, we used DSM-2 to do all the hydrodynamics analysis, including water levels and flows in the delta.
And do the delta channel geometry assumptions in DSM-2 account for changes to delta channels that have occurred over time?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to what time frame and what location.
Maybe I can get to that. Do you know, Mr. Singh, how old the delta channel geometry assumptions used in DSM-2 for the DCP are?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which DSM-2 modeling. There's multiple DSM-2 runs that have been presented through the FEIR and this proceeding. Which one are we talking about?
I'm talking about the DSM-2 modeling that Mr. Singh is testifying about in rebuttal.
I think the question is to you, Mr. Singh, unless you need it again.
Could you repeat it, please, one more time?
For the DSM-2 modeling that you used in preparation of your rebuttal materials, do you know the age of the delta channel geometry assumptions that were built into DSM-2?
I think I'll defer that question to Mr. Eli.
Yeah. So the geometry used in DSM-2 for this analysis is not all attributable to a particular year. In other words, it's not a synoptic view. That capability is still not there for the full delta to capture the entire delta and assign it to a particular year. So there's several decades of variation in the age of the bathymetry that's in the model.
Dr. Itelevich, do you know maybe the parameters of ages for the geometry assumptions, maybe the earliest and the latest?
I do not.
Okay.
I think I would, yeah.
Mr. Singh, are you aware that the Administrative Hearings Office recently issued a draft ruling in the site's water right proceeding rejecting the use of outdated bathymetry data to address water level impact concerns, even for comparative purposes?
I'm not.
Okay, I'll move on. Let's talk about water quality. Ms. Mullen, could we please go to page 3 of Mr. Singh's testimony, paragraph 4? I'm looking at lines 17 and 18. So here, Mr. Singh, you state that model results are only reliable when analyzed using statistical representations, such as exceedance plots or averages of multiple months. Do you see that?
Sorry, which line?
Lines 17 and 18.
Yes.
Are you suggesting here that a model that uses monthly time steps cannot be relied upon to provide representative month-by-month outputs for comparative purposes?
That's not what I'm saying there. What I'm saying is that some of the protestants, when they're comparing instances of a given month within the 100-year simulation period with and without project and trying to calculate effects of the project, that is something that is not appropriate use of the models. But using the whole period of simulation, months or shorter time period, in a whether using monthly averages, long-term averages, exceedance plots by different water year types is appropriate.
But tracking a change from month to month would not be.
Tracking a change where you are calculating differences for a given month, a given year, with and without project is not appropriate.
But you agree, don't you, that if you average electrical conductivity, or EC, over all months in a 100-year simulated model period, you will end up mitigating instances of things like seasonal effects, extreme events, and other outliers?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to mitigating.
Do you need clarification, Mr. Singh?
Yes, could you restate that?
Yes, I'm referring to a pretty basic concept. When you average multiple data points, that the outliers and more extreme data points will be averaged, and so therefore the result will not be as extreme as those individual points.
So by definition, the averaging is taking the average of all the values. So, but in terms of the results that we have presented, it's not just monthly averages. We have exceedance plots based on daily values. We have daily averages by month. So there is a whole suite of different presentations in terms of data that we have looked at. And we also have evaluated by different hydrologies, by different water year types, wet, dry, critical, above normal. So within that 100-year period, we have presented the data and looked at the data quite a different ways, not only just average monthly, but also using exceedance plots for every day. So there's multiple ways to look at the data, as long as you're not taking differences for a given point on a month or a particular day.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down to page 41 to paragraphs 39 and 40? And Mr. Singh, you state in these paragraphs that the incremental changes in EC, I'm looking at starting at line 10. The incremental changes in EC for the DCP are very similar under both the 2040 and 2043 scenarios. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then you go on to say that that similarity indicates that changes in water quality are not affected by DCP ITP. And that's in paragraph 40. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean that the changes in salinity are not affected by DCP ITP?
So actually what I'm referring to that in that paragraph there is that for most of these plots, I was comparing 2040 central tendency and alternative 5, baseline and alternative 5 from the EIR. And I was comparing that to the 2043 scenarios with a different climate change and also updated ITP criteria, while the EIR criteria was the older version that was in the EIR that has been since refined and revised. So when I look at those incremental changes in 2040 with the older criteria that was in the EIR for DCP operations on that, hydrology, those changes with DCP are similar, even with updated hydrology and criteria.
But to reach that conclusion, aren't you comparing absolute incremental changes from month to month to determine that they are similar?
Yeah, so the analysis that is presented in my testimony is incremental changes. And so changes, from the baseline. And in addition to just incremental changes, I also looked at and presented D1641 compliance and with and without project, and compared that to 2040 scenarios in the EIR. So it's a combination of things.
So it is not a misuse of the modeling results to point to the absolute incremental values and show that they are similar?
So when I'm calculating these absolute differences, I'm not calculating them step by step, month by month. These differences are, say, if it's an average monthly change for all the months in the baseline, say in November, what the EC was, and all the changes in alternative 5 in November. So I'm calculating that difference, and then I'm comparing using a similar process for a new set of runs. So that is totally appropriate use of models.
Maybe I'm confused then. My apologies. What do you mean by incremental changes then?
So a lot of discussion that I've presented today in terms of inappropriate use of the models. What I was referring to is when some of the protestants are taking the modeling output, say using November of 1984 in the baseline, and also taking November of 1984 with DCP and calculating those changes. That is not appropriate. What I'm doing is calculating average of all the Novembers in the baseline and average of all the Novembers in alt 5, and then calculating the difference.
Ms. Mullen, can we turn to page 59, paragraph 42? And in lines 1 to 2, Mr. Singh, you state that CalSim 3 includes an algorithm to operate the State Water Project and Central Valley Project to meet Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan objectives, among other requirements. Do you see that statement?
Yes, I do.
But I believe we touched on this before, that the CalSim 3 algorithm does not operate the State Water Project to meet 1981 contract criteria after August 15th. Is that a correct understanding?
So I think we've discussed this previously. CalSim 3 is a generalized representation of the different requirements in the Delta, and not each and every contract is or requirement is there the way CalSim is developed.
And specifically, the 1981 contract is not incorporated in CalSim 3's algorithm, correct?
To my knowledge, is not directly in the code CalSim.
Thank you. And if we could scroll down to paragraph 44, lines 16 through 20, you state that the modeling results show exceedances of D1641 are artifacts of the modeling process and not an indicator of actual exceedance, and that DWR operates the State Water Project in real time to avoid exceedances, and that just can't be represented in the models. Do you see that statement?
I see that.
Is it your understanding that the modeling artifacts can also minimize the effects of the DCP by releasing, this is a hypothetical, I'll preface, hypothetically, by releasing more water from storage to address water quality degradation when daily operation would actually be more precise and result in less water being released?
I'm not sure that's possible, but Again, it is a monthly representation, a generalized representation of state water project and CVP operations. And, the model is using some generalized rule to emulate operations. And, what operators do on a real-time and daily time step, that's totally different than what we can do in a monthly model. So this sentence here, looking at exceedances, it's a monthly model where we are, for each month, and each day in the month, there is same flows and same exports. And then we're taking that to DSM2, which operates on a 15-minute time step. And then we have these 1641 requirements that are sub-monthly, that change within a month. They also, stop in the middle of the month. So having all that in a monthly model, there is challenges to that. So, so when we're looking at these results, we need to be aware of those limitations. And so that's what this paragraph is talking about, where although we see some exceedances, both in baseline and with the project, but we do understand that there is some modeling artifacts, and the focus is really looking at incremental changes with the project, which in these cases, the results that are presented are pretty small.
Okay, maybe I can get about this a slightly different way with an example. Dr. Priest notes in her testimony in DWR 508R that modeling results of electrical conductivity at 3 Mile Slough showed mixed results, with the DCP resulting in lower EC compared to the no project scenarios in some instances. Are you generally familiar with her testimony on that?
Did we bring that up?
Sure.
Oh, could you repeat that one more time, or could you bring it up? Maybe it'll be better if I look at it. Yeah.
Ms. Mullen, can we open DWR 508R? And it's at page 9. And I'm looking specifically at lines 6 through 9 in paragraph 21. Oh, I might have the wrong line number there.
I think is it paragraph 20? I thought we were
Yes.
right there.
Paragraph 20. Thank you. So Dr. Priest's testimony states that the EC at 3 Mile Slough show that the DCP would have a mixed effect on the maximum monthly average EC, with the modeled maximum monthly average EC being slightly higher in some water year types and lower in others. And I believe she's comparing with DCP to without.
Yes.
My question is, could the better or lower EC with the DCP be a product of an artifact from the modeling rather than how the project will actually be operated?
I cannot speculate on that without looking in more detail.
Well, based on your understanding of what the project is there a way for the DCP intakes to operate and improve water quality in the Delta?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time and specific operations.
I think I'm talking about any time, leaving it very open-ended. Is it at all possible for the diversion of water at the North Delta to produce better water quality downstream of that intake within the same time frame?
Are you referring to EC at 3 Mile Slough?
Sure.
Okay. So and I'm not sure how much higher or how much lower these numbers are that are being referred here. But there could be minor differences in flows with DCP and without DCP that could cause that. But typically during periods when there is diversions, we do expect to see some changes at 3 Mile Loop.
Okay, we can move on. Can we go back to Mr. Singh's testimony at page 41? And I'm looking at paragraph 39, lines 10 through 11. And you state there that the EC analyzed, let me make sure I'm looking at the right. Yes, starting at line 10, you state that incremental changes in EC for the DCP are very similar under both the 2040 and 2043 scenarios. Could we now scroll down to page 60 to table 3? And Mr. Singh, could you just confirm this is a table showing the probability of exceedance of D1641 water quality objective at Sacramento River at Emeton, comparing the 2040 scenarios as well as the 2043 climate change scenarios?
That is correct.
And so this table shows a number of days the D1641 standards would be exceeded under the different scenarios. Is it your opinion that the number or percentage of days that show to be exceeded under the 2040 analysis is similar to the days under the 2043 scenarios?
Well, when I was talking about similar, I was talking about incremental changes. And in 2040 CT scenario, those numbers are very much similar. And for 2043, that number is less than 0.5%. So in my mind, those numbers are showing minimal to no changes.
So your testimony is just that the delta between the with and without project across all scenarios is a similar percentage, not that the number of days across all scenarios is similar.
Yes, so when I was presenting those results, the focus was changes with DCP compared to the respective baselines.
But the EC that was analyzed in the 2040 scenario appears much higher than the 2043 scenarios, correct?
Could you elaborate that when you say EC that was analyzed? Are you, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'm inferring because the D1641 water quality objective at Emeton pertains to EC, and the 2040 scenarios show 17.5% roughly of days exceeded compared to the 6-7% that's of days exceeded under the 2043 scenarios. To me, that suggests that EC under the 2040 scenario was modeled to be higher. Is that fair?
So there's two things. There is, between those scenarios, there is different hydrology. 2040 CT versus 2043 CC50 baseline. There is a different hydrology. And also there's a different sea level rise assumption. The first set of scenarios has 1.8 feet. The second CC50 is 0.5 foot. So in terms of EC at Emeton, yes, higher sea level rise. You could see higher EC at that location. But in terms of exceedances, is also a function of the hydrology because these standards are based on what the water year types are. And if 2040 is a wetter hydrology, you'll see different standards than what you see in CC 2043, CC 50. So it's a combination of hydrology and sea level rise that can cause those differences.
Thank you for clarifying that. Ms. Mullen, could we please now go to page 64? And I'm looking at paragraph 45, lines 3 through 12. And here you are describing that the North Delta Water Agency witnesses did not provide any analysis of 1981 contract exceedances that showed an increase in exceedances with DCP compared with the baseline. Do you see that language?
Yes, see that.
And you also opine that a higher average salinity does not necessarily mean an increase in 1981 contract exceedances. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct. I was just pointing to an exhibit that was provided by North Delta Water Agency looking at historical, I believe that was 2018, in terms of what the standards were and what the historical ECs were, and frequency of exceedances, historical exceedances.
Great. I do have a couple of questions on that, but before we do, last time we spoke in April of 2025, I understood that your expertise was in modeling. Do you have any expertise in determining exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria?
I am familiar with some of the requirements. I wouldn't say that I know the whole contract, but I do have some knowledge about the requirements in terms of water quality, the requirements within the contract.
And did you personally analyze the modeling results to determine that the higher average salinity in the Delta will not increase the 1981 contract exceedances?
So the statement that you're referring to, that was fairly focused on the exhibit provided by Ms. Williams for that 2018. Even if we make a simplifying assumption of that, EC for the whole year with DCP is going up, at least, looking at that data, in my opinion, I didn't see that the number of exceedances or events would have gone up.
In the exhibit that you referenced?
That's correct.
Okay. In your summary earlier this morning, when you were, I believe, discussing slide 42 of your presentation, I don't know that we need to pull it up, but we can if you need to. But I did write this down as you said it. You said you have some examples of a water year that was presented, looking at historical exceedances of the standards, and even assuming the DCP will have increases for the whole year, that does not necessarily mean that we'll be going above the criteria in the contract. Do you recall saying that?
I was making that statement in reference to this part of my testimony, which is even if the EC was going up the whole year, if you look at what the required standard was and what the historical EC was, will still be below that criteria.
Okay. And as an example, on line 11 and on 12 of this page, you do say that you reference North Delta Water Agency Exhibit NDWA 18. Are there other examples that you referenced in your testimony?
No, this is the only one I have in my testimony, but I'm aware of other exhibits that were there.
Okay, so let's drill down into this exhibit briefly. So when you say even assuming small incremental change in EC with the DCP for the whole year, that the water quality would remain under the NDWA contract and would not change the number of events where exceedances may have occurred, that is referring to Exhibit NDWA 18, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull that up briefly And I think it may be an errata.
And this is NDWA 18.
Yes. Thank you. And Mr. Singh, this is a depiction of EC measured at 3 Mile Slough in the calendar year 2014. Do you agree that that's what that says?
Yes, it's my understanding it's the historical EC 3 Mile Slough, and in red is the standard criteria.
Thank you. And according to this exhibit, it appears that the EC exceeded the 1981 contract criteria for approximately 15 days in the month of October. Do you see that?
That's correct.
So how did you determine that a higher average EC won't change the number of exceedance events?
So again, when I'm making the statement, I'm just looking at the whole year, right? That's presented here, and difference between the blue line and the red line. And we do see, like you're saying, we do see a period in October where the EC went above the standard. And all I was saying is that even if you make a very simplified assumption, which I don't think is real, you won't see any additional exceedances. Again, that is, there's other factors. This is a critical year, and taking DCP operations into account, I'm not saying that there will be increases. There would have been increases in this year, but I'm just making a simplifying assumption that even if you were to increase it for the whole year, there is still times when we'll still meet the standard. So that was the point I was trying to make.
Would you agree, however, that increase to average salinity could extend the duration of an exceedance event, such as the one seen here in 2014?
It may and may not. If you make that assumption that that DCP will cause EC to go up during that period, but again, like I said, this is a critical year, and in terms of DCP operations, primarily it's excess flow diversions during that period. If the EC is higher in the delta, I don't know if DCP would have operated. Typically, I see these exceedances a lot in dry and critical years, and the proposed operations of the project under those critical dry years limit the diversions.
Okay. Just for illustrative purposes, Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up exhibit NDWA 19E? Now, Mr. Singh, I'll represent to you that this is an exhibit that shows the calendar year 2015, so it's the following year. And I'll also represent the grayed out area reflects a period in which there was a declared drought emergency, which is a specialized term under the contract. I'm looking more towards the period starting in mid-September. Did you analyze this exhibit for your opinion?
That's not in my testimony, no.
Okay. And is it your testimony here that an average increase in salinity, assumed, of course, across the entire year would not change the number of events?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal testimony.
overruled. We're examining Mr. Singh's statement, so I will allow the question.
Okay, just for the record, his statement is about 18E, not 19E, and he said he didn't analyze it for part of his testimony.
All right, let's go. Mr. Cho, can you take us back to Mr. Singh's statement and whether it
I
was
would be happy to.
general or
I have just
specific?
one or two questions more on this exhibit, but Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to exhibit DWR 123R, and it's at page 64, paragraph 45, lines 12 through 16. Or sorry, starting at line 9. In my opinion, a higher average salinity at 3 Mile Slough with DCP compared to the baseline in some months does not necessarily, oh wait, is this the right? Yes. In some months does not necessarily mean that there will be an increase in 1981 contract exceedances. So that's not limited to any 1 year.
Right.
The witness actually testified on questions from Mr. Cho 5 minutes ago. That statement was in the context and relevant specifically to NDWA 018.
Well, okay, Mr. Cho, you can, I think you can ask that question, whether his statement here was intended to be limited only to that particular figure.
Sure. Mr. Singh, is your opinion, starting at line 9, limited only to figure, or rather exhibit NDWA 18?
Yes, I mean, I was using that exhibit to make that statement that here shows that even if there's increases, which is again a very simplified assumption, there is no incremental increases in number of events.
Okay, so by contrast, you are not opining on what an average increase in salinity might do in terms of the number of instances of exceedances in other years.
Just to interject, maybe some of this would be resolved by pointing out that Mr. Singh did say that these are critical years. So as it reflects back to the DCP, they're not necessarily pertinent to conditions that would be changed under the project.
I don't subscribe
Well,
to that.
2015 was the biggest drought we had on record, and salinity did go higher, but there wouldn't be a project operation there wouldn't be DCP change under the period that you showed.
Well, let's go back. I think, Mr. Cho, you had a question pending for Mr. Singh. I want to make sure Mr. Singh has a chance to answer the question about his own testimony, but I think you may need to repeat it for all of us.
I will. So,
please.
Mr. Singh, your opinion starting on line 9 does not apply to any other year besides the year analyzed in exhibit NDWA 18, correct?
What I'm saying there is that is 1 year that was presented that I looked at where it does not apply. So even if there was increases the whole year, we're still under the standard.
But you're not referencing any other years or any other exhibits, correct?
Not in that statement, no.
Okay, I can move on. I'd like to turn to your rebuttal to North Delta's technical memorandum. So maybe just to start on page 5 of your testimony, paragraph 8. You refer to the NDWA 27, which is a technical memorandum reviewing the DSM-2 modeling for the DCP. Ms. Mullen, could we please just open NDWA 27 errata? And Mr. Singh,
Sorry, Mr. Cho, is this, I think there was 2 errata. I have this marked, or maybe it was 27002 is the page number, just for clarity, sorry. Was that?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that 2 was for. I don't believe it's from our exhibit. Maybe can we jump back to your testimony, Mr. Singh, briefly at page 5, just to clarify?
Okay.
So on line 9, you refer to NDWA 27-002. Are you referring to a page number?
Yes, page number, sorry.
And did you review the 27 errata or just the original?
I think it was just the original.
Okay, I will refer to the errata since that's the operative document, but if there are differences that change your opinion, please stop me. Before we jump back, I want to note that you state that figure 3 in that exhibit shows a change in simulated EC at Edmonton as both an absolute change and as a permanent change, or I'm sorry, and as a percent change. And you criticize the use of an absolute month-by-month difference between the baseline and the DCP scenarios. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Mullen, can we go back to NDWA 27 errata? And if we scroll down to the figure 3, there we go. We do see on the top half of this figure reference to absolute EC amounts, but the bottom depicts the same data as percent changes. Do you see that, Mr. Singh?
I do.
And if we scroll down on page 2 at the bottom of the last paragraph, there's a statement at the bottom that says the ITP results show a consistent monthly increase in the EC throughout the simulation period, with an average increase of 5% and a maximum increase of up to 164% under DCP conditions. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Is it your opinion that a comparison of model scenarios by percent changes is inappropriate misuse of the model data?
No, what I was stating there is if you go back to the next, the figure 3 that we're looking at, one of them is absolute change and the other one is percent change. But it is my understanding that the change is still calculated month by month with project and without project. And the percent is also a calculation for each individual time step. And that's what I'm referring to as an appropriate use of the model. Though both the percent and the absolute differences, it is my understanding, are calculated for each monthly time step with and without project.
But across the entire modeling period, correct?
But then you're averaging all the differences, yes.
Isn't that what you did in your analysis as well?
No, I didn't do that. What I did is I took the baseline and say, for example, if we're looking at a certain month, all the Octobers, took a monthly average, and then went to the DCP for October, all the months, took an average, and then calculated the difference instead of taking individual differences for each time step.
So you would disagree then that this is a statement about the monthly increase in EC using overall statistical trends?
What I'm saying is that doing these calculations on a month-by-month time step basis and making a statement that 164% change for a given month with and without project, that is not appropriate use of the model.
Okay, I'll have more on that when I talk to Dr. Priest. Let's move on. This is my last batch of questions for you, Mr. Singh. If we could turn back to your testimony, page 64. And in paragraph 46, lines 17 through 22, you address a comment by Dr. Parvathanathan that he was unable to reproduce figure 20 from your exhibit DWR 110. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you state that a likely reason that Dr. Parvathanathan was unable to reproduce figure 20 was that the results presented there were based on data from 3 Mile Slough at location SLTR M004. Do you see that?
I see that.
And that is a location that, is that technically on the San Joaquin River?
Some 3 Mile Slough, yeah.
And is distinct and different from the Sacramento River 3 Mile Slough location that is relevant to the 1981 contract. Is that right?
That is correct.
So as a preliminary question, you produced model results using the SLTR M004 location instead of the Sacramento River location. And then those model results were then used to analyze compliance with the 1981 contract in your case in chief evidence?
No, that is not what happened. So first of all, the model results, when you look at the model output, both locations were in the model output. In my case in chief testimony, DWR 110, when I presented the results for 3 Mile Slough, it was not Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. And all I presented was differences in EC with project with the updated criteria. I didn't do any analysis in terms of a North Delta Water Agency contract compliance. It was
why did you use this different location?
Because it was when I, staff that generated the results, they used the wrong location. So the testimony, although it said 3 Mile Slough, it didn't say Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough, but it was mostly looking at EC. The focus was not to do a compliance of 1981 using the wrong location. It was just the EC results that were presented in my testimony, and the focus really there was showing changes in EC in different locations in the Delta using the DCP ITP criteria and how those incremental changes compared to the EIR.
But to clarify, the SLTR M004 location for 3 Mile Slough is not relevant for the 1981 contract or for D1641. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Ms. Mullen, can we open up DWR 110? And page 19, please. If you could scroll down. Okay, do you see in the middle of that bottom paragraph, Mr. Singh, you reference figures 19 through 22 show the long-term monthly average EC at 4 locations: Sacramento River at Edmonton, 3 Mile Slough, and then San Joaquin River at Jersey Point and Old River at Rock Slough.
Yeah, I see that.
So you did not intend for a reader to interpret that list of locations as 3 Mile Slough being at Sacramento River?
So that particular location says 3 Mile Slough, and if you go down, it might have said Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. So, and that's what I'm trying to correct, is the location that it was used was a different location than the compliance location. But in my testimony, I did not do any analysis related to compliance of 1981 contract.
Could we scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to figures 19 and 20? I believe it's on page 20. Oh, there we go. And if you could zoom out or. Okay, so maybe to close the loop, it seems like maybe there was an error when this was presented. But just to confirm, where did you pull the data that was used to populate figure 20 from?
So figure 20 has two sets of scenarios. I'm saying existing and DCP that was in the EIR. So that output is based on DSM-2 simulations that was conducted for the EIR. And the next two set of bars are updated baseline and ITP DCP. So that is set of simulation that uses the adjusted historical hydrology and ITP DCP criteria. And the output file used to plot was from that DSM-2 run. But both these scenarios are using a location of 3 Mile Slough, not Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough, which is the compliance location.
You're referring to figure 20 when you say that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to confirm, I found the tables that were used to populate figure 19 for the existing and DCP scenarios under an EIR exhibit, which was AHO 1071. Does that sound familiar to you?
I'm not sure if I need to see.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could we, Ms. Mullen, do you mind opening up AHO 1071? I apologize. I could have prepared a demonstrative exhibit for this, but I wasn't sure if it would be useful and if we'd have to jump around anyways, so I decided not to. So I appreciate your patience, and especially Ms. Mullen's patience. So if we could please go to PDF page 9 to table 9G 1-1-2. And for the top row in that table for the full simulation period, I believe those numbers correspond with the existing condition of that first bar for the figure 19. Does that refresh your memory at all?
Okay, yeah.
And then if we scroll down to PDF page 14 to table 9G 1-6-2, this presents the full simulation period data for those months depicted in figure 19 under alternative 5. Does that look
Yes.
familiar? Okay. And then as for the ITP data, I found that in a separate DWR exhibit, which was DWR 505. Do you recall using that exhibit when you prepared your DWR 110 last year?
If I could see that, I don't remember.
Sure. Ms. Mullen, do you mind pulling up DWR 505? And PDF page 35, please. And I'm looking for table EC ITP 1-1-B. And this shows updated existing conditions. And then again, you have the top row, the full simulation period.
Yes.
ITP updated existing conditions.
Yes, I see that.
One page down, we'll have another table. It's the ECITP 1-2-B, and that's the ITP DCP scenario. And again, the top row, the full simulation period.
Yes.
So those are the four components that I found for figure 19. And I found similar components for 3 Mile Slough in these same two exhibits. And this is this goes to the crux of Dr. Parvathanathan's point that using what is indicated as 3 Mile Slough data does not comport with the data that's depicted in figure 20. And I can either represent that to you as is, or if you want to go into those tables and confirm, we can do that. But my main question is, are the data tables that you use to populate figure 20 contained in these two exhibits, AHO 1071 and DWR 505?
They're not, because they are the one what I have in figure 19 in my testimony is a different location. And although it's in the modeling output file, but these tables that are generated here are based on location that is the compliance location for 1981 contract. So there is a difference.
Okay. And the data tables that you used for figure 20 are not part of this hearing, are they? They've not been submitted.
All the modeling output files have been submitted, and the station that I reference in my testimony is one of the output locations in DSM-2 files.
But there are no tables similar to what we have in these two exhibits, correct?
No.
Are you able to identify where in the modeling files that DWR has uploaded the relevant data points for figure 20 are located?
Yes, it will be in the ITP modeling. I don't have the exact location memorized, but it's the ITP modeling that was submitted as part of the testimony last year. So, and again, that location is one of the standard outputs in all the DSM-2 models that we have for this hearing for all different scenarios. That hasn't changed.
Okay, that's all of the questions I have for you, Mr. Singh. Thank you. And Hearing Officer Kenzie, I'm ready to keep going, or we can take a break if you like.
Well, how much longer do you think you have? You have a hard stop at 2:30 in any case, don't you?
I do.
All right, let's keep going then, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Singh, or sorry, Dr. Priest. You're possibly muted, or your microphone needs to be moved.
Can we test? We cannot.
How about now?
Yes, we
That
can.
works.
There we
Okay.
go.
Okay. How are you doing, Dr. Priest?
I'm good.
It's nice to see you again. I have several questions for you. First off, if we could open up your testimony 508R to page 6. And my questions are almost entirely going to be focused on this opinion number 2, just so you know. And in paragraph 12, you state that this opinion and the testimony that follows addresses any quantitative changes in delta EC, chloride, and bromide associated with DCP operations, and is supported by your technical report, rebuttal report on the effects of Delta Conveyance project operations on Sacramento San Joaquin Delta salinity and supporting exhibits. I didn't see a report with that title. Are you referring to DWR 510R, which is entitled Salinity Results from the 2043 Climate Change Modeling for the Delta Conveyance Project?
Yes, and then there's also for each of those constituents a separate report. So
yes.
11R, 12, and 13.
All right, thank you for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware generally that the scope of this rebuttal phase is limited to evidence that is responsive to an opposing party's exhibits or witness testimony?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion, also relevance for the witness.
What do you mean relevance for the witness?
And that's a legal strategy. It's not really up to the witness. This is not a question that's appropriate for a witness.
Well, I'll allow the question.
I can
Please,
get to
Mr.
the
Cho.
point.
Okay.
Which party's testimony or exhibits does your opinion number 2 respond to?
Well, Dr. Paulson raised a number of issues saying that DWR didn't consider future modeling. So that is the primary response here.
Is there a secondary response?
I mean, if in terms of rebuttal, it was specifically to Dr. Paulson, and the AHO requested this modeling as well.
Okay. But you also include rebuttal testimony about the 1981 contract. Is that true?
Well, I present the 2483 modeling results for EC, chloride, and bromide. And so the same locations that I used in my original testimony were also included in the new modeling, the updated modeling. And so therefore, they're included here.
But to clarify, you're not suggesting that Dr. Paulson offered any testimony regarding the 1981 contract, are you?
No.
Okay.
You had asked why this was included in my testimony, what protestant had raised an issue with the future scenarios. And so I was pointing to that. I wasn't in any way tying it to North Delta Water Agency.
If we could go to page 6 of your testimony, which we are on, paragraph 11, the bolded heading for the opinion states that while DCP could result in higher EC in some months, the DCP would not cause water quality degradation such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected. When you state DCP could result in higher EC in the Delta in some months, are you implying that there are months when operation of the DCP would result in no change to EC?
If you want to bring up some of the plots that I shared, I think we could walk through that. I have long-term average plots that are shown monthly, and I also have exceedance plots, and we can compare, with and without the project to the baseline. That I use those figures to inform that statement.
Yeah, I'd rather not. You're not able to answer directly without going through those, whether by saying DCP could result in higher EC, that there may be instances where it does not result in higher EC.
Yeah, there are some times and locations that it does not result in higher EC. And yeah, I would be happy to look at those plots with you and point exactly where those occur that support that statement.
Do you know, sitting where you are, without going to those graphs, whether the modeling shows the DCP will ever result in lower EC in the Delta compared to the baseline?
I don't remember that off the top of my head, but we can look at the figures together and see that. But I do know, and the important point of this here is I was comparing if the project would impact beneficial uses compared to the baseline conditions. That was the purpose of this part of my testimony. It wasn't to look to see if it was going lower.
Okay, that's a great segue, actually. When we spoke last year, you told me that you had not looked at any individual Delta water rights to analyze the potential for adverse effects on beneficial uses. Do you recall that colloquy we had?
Maybe generally.
That's fair. And in fact, you said that you used the State Water Board's water quality objectives for agricultural beneficial uses under D1641 to reach a similar conclusion last year. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Since April 2025, have you reviewed any individual water rights in the Delta to analyze salinity impacts on their individual diversions?
No, I have not,
Okay.
other than my general familiarity with some of the contracts, which I also think we discussed last time.
So would you agree that your opinion number 2 on the likelihood of adverse effects on beneficial uses relies on DWR meeting D1641 quality standards in the future?
Yes, but it also looks at long-term averages, and I'm comparing those long-term averages with the project and without, and I'm seeing incremental changes, and I can see that there's very small, if any, incremental increase in EC at the various locations that I assessed in my report. And so therefore, it's my opinion that it wouldn't affect those rights that you're suggesting.
So just to make sure I understand that reply, you do agree that your opinion depends on DWR meeting D1641, but you also opine that based on the data you reviewed, DWR will continue to meet D1641. Is that a fair summary?
Based on the modeling results that I have reviewed, DCP would continue meeting D1641, or we also looked at the exceedance table. I presented that in my testimony this morning. There are some exceedances under baseline, and I compared that to the CC50 and CC95 exceedances and shared that with you as well. And I said, yeah, generally, I don't see any more frequent exceedances. And any that I do, they're less than 1%, and I attribute those to modeling artifacts.
Okay. And does your opinion on no adverse effects also rely on DWR's continued compliance with the 1981 contract?
Yes.
Turning to page 8, paragraph 17 of your opinion. You describe the modeled monthly average EC at 3 Mile Slough from February through June, showing a 7 micromole increase. And then from July through January, there's a 66 micromole increase. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Is it appropriate to use modeling results to compare absolute differences in EC between baseline and DCP scenarios?
I'm looking at long-term modeled monthly average ECs. I'm not looking at a particular month in a particular water year or particular calendar year and making that comparison.
Well, you're looking at particular months. You noted February through June.
On a long-term average, that's correct. I'm not pulling it a particular year out and comparing that. I'm looking at the long-term average, and so it isn't. I did do it appropriately.
Which climate change scenario are you describing in this paragraph?
I'd have to go back to the report where I have more details on it, but I believe it's summed here for the CC50 and CC95, but we could look at 510R where I have more.
But you only list one here, right?
I don't remember if this includes both scenarios or if I'm just using one. I think it includes both, where I'm providing a range, but we could turn to 510R and see.
Well, we'll get there. Do you agree that the 1981 contract water quality criteria do not measure changes in EC on a monthly average basis?
I agree.
Okay. And does the 1981 contract, to your knowledge, divide months as you did from February through June and July through January?
Those are simply divided just because of the way that the results fell in the grouping, natural grouping. It wasn't intended to line up with anything specific other than the way the results presented themselves. So I'm not trying to compare it to your contract, for example. It's not the intention of this.
Thank you. So that's not relevant to compliance with the 1981 contract.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Is grouping EC from February through June relevant to the 1981 contract criteria?
I'm simply providing the results in this paragraph and grouping them, like I said, for the kind of the lower on the lower end and the higher end, and the July through January it was slightly higher. That's the only reason the results are presented like that, to simplify the narrative of my writing in this document.
My question was, is that grouping of months relevant to compliance with the 1981 contract?
It is not. It's not written specifically
Okay.
looking at the contract. That's not. I'm looking at the results. We're divided by how the results presented.
In the same paragraph on page 8, you also state that on a long-term average basis, modeled monthly average ECs are up to about 6% relative to 2043 baselines. Do you see that on lines 2 and 3?
Yes.
To clarify, do you mean that the increase in long-term monthly average EC is up to 6%?
Yes.
And do you recall making similar comparisons for with DCP and without DCP under existing conditions with an increase of 8% in your testimony back DWR 400?
I remember making similar comparisons. I do not remember that exact percentage number off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you agree that looking only at that relative reduction in percent increase in average monthly EC with and without the project under climate change versus current conditions overlooks the increase in absolute EC values that are presented in the modeling?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Ms. Mullen, could we open up DWR 510R? And go to PDF page 27. And on this page, we have a depiction of EC at 3 Mile Slough, and the one that's got a red line through it looks like old data from your prior testimony in case in chief. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and it's not relevant to this. That's why it's struck out.
Right. It is a useful comparison for me because if we scroll down a little bit or zoom out, Ms. Mullen, I'd like to be able to see both charts if we could. Scroll out a little bit for that. That's great. So I'm looking at the range of EC on the y-axis.
Mm-hmm.
And for the climate change scenario graph at the bottom, it shows the DCP 2043 CC95 bar in October, almost touching that 1200 micromoles per centimeter. Do you see that?
I see that.
And by contrast, when you had examined the existing conditions and DCP that was compiled from data in the EIR, the y-axis only goes up to 900 micromoles per centimeter. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So overall, and I know that this is not the intent of showcasing these graphs side by side like this, or I guess top to tail. The change that we see, referring back to your testimony in rebuttal, where you said that on the long-term average basis, modeled monthly average ECs are up, the increase is up by about up to 6%. That 6% increase is less than the 8% you noted back with DWR 400. However, the overall EC levels under the climate change scenarios are higher. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates testimony. Mr. Cho did not establish, and the witness said she doesn't recall the 8%. So if you want to represent that, that's fine, but that's not what was testified to. And we haven't gone back and established, and I don't think it's fair for a witness to remember, I don't even remember how many months, almost a year ago, perhaps. Not a year, but it feels like more.
I think, yeah, almost.
I
We
think
need to
it's
go back.
important to note that these are not directly comparable. We have different hydrology, a different number of years in this 2043 modeling. Mr. Singh just testified to that. So the top figure is using the 93 years of hydrology. This bottom figure is using 100 years. There's different assumptions, which Mr. Singh can describe again for you, but it's not appropriate to be comparing these.
I acknowledged that, and I wasn't intending to do a straight comparison. I was just merely asking, this goes back to my question about the percentage increase that's reported now on rebuttal versus the percentage increase that was reported during your case in chief. We can go back to DWR 400 if you would like to refresh your memory on that. If you don't recall stating that there would be an 8% increase at 3 Mile Loop, would you like to do that?
I'm just not prepared to discuss how this figure that was struck in the report and shouldn't be included. I thought it wouldn't be included. It has a red line through it. And this new figure that I presented that have two different sets of modeling assumptions, I just explained that they shouldn't be compared. And so I feel like you're still pressing me to try and compare them.
I'm definitely not asking you to compare these two graphs.
It sounds like, Mr. Cho, we need to go back to the original
Okay.
testimony.
Mullen,
from
can we
source.
open DWR 400 at page 7, paragraph 15? Dr. Priest, do you recall that this was your case in chief testimony?
Yes.
And do you see on lines 15 through 17, you state, thus on a long-term average basis, modeled monthly average EC levels are up to about 8% relative to existing conditions?
I see that.
Okay. And that's very similar to the language that you have in paragraph 17 of exhibit DWR 508R, correct? With the replacement being 6% instead of 8%.
The language is similar, yes.
So my entire point of this question, which maybe I belabored for too long, was would focusing only on the change from an 8% difference between with and without project to a 6% difference from with and without project does not speak to the EC levels that are analyzed in the different scenarios.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which different scenarios. I'm not sure I fully understand the question either, but it's definitely not clear as to which scenarios.
I think I'm ultimately getting to the point that Dr. Priest made in that the two graphs that were in her DWR 510R, they show different EC levels, and there are obviously different parameters associated with them. I'll move on.
Move to strike. It's testimony by Mr. Cho.
Okay, stricken.
Okay, back to DWR 508R, page 8, paragraph 18, please. There you note that EC at Sacramento River at Rio Vista was also higher with the DCP, but to a lesser degree. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you also mentioned in paragraph 15, Steamboat Slough at Sutter Slough. Do you recall that? Or we can scroll up, I guess. You see that in the middle on line 13?
Yes.
Okay. To be clear, you did not evaluate compliance with the 1981 contract criteria for for any locations other than 3 Mile Slough at Sacramento River. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there are other water quality monitoring locations under the 1981 contract, correct?
That's true.
Objection to the extent it calls for legal conclusion.
Noted.
Okay. If we could go to paragraph 19, please. You state that modeling results show a slight less than 1% lower ability for Delta EC objectives to be met with DCP operations compared to the 2043 baselines. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. Now I'd like to go to DWR 511R, please. If you could go to PDF page 63. And at the top of this page, we have table EC3, which refers to the percent of days in water years of the 100-year simulation period, where EC exceeded the agricultural beneficial uses under D1641 for both the 2043 CC50 and CC95 climate change scenarios, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we can see Edmonton under the CC50 scenario has an increase of 0.43% of days exceedance. And I only derived that from subtracting 6.34 minus 5.91.
Okay.
I used a calculator. And then under CC95, we have an increase of 0.4% of days. Is that right?
Yep, it looks like that's correct, yes.
Okay. And if we look a couple rows down at the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, the percent of days of exceedances are the only other notable days of exceedances at around 2 to 3% of days. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we open up exhibit DWR 402? And if we could go to PDF page 31. And I think I know the answer based on your prior response, but just to confirm, this shows a much higher percent of days of exceeding D1641 at San Joaquin River at Jersey Point than the graph we just looked at, correct?
That is the table. I think you mean the table?
Yes.
That we just, yeah, okay.
And
Yes.
I said much higher. It is just higher, correct?
Yeah, it's a higher number.
Okay. I think I know the answer, but is it your opinion that the cause in that number going down under the CC50 and CC95 scenarios is just the different parameters, different hydrology, different sea level rise assumptions that went into the model?
That is correct.
Okay.
And they're not directly comparable still, as I mentioned, because it's different
Sure.
sets of modeling, but I think Mr. Singh did a good job explaining in his testimony. You asked a similar question and gave a more detailed answer on the reasons why.
Okay. So now if we could go back to your testimony, DWR 508R at paragraph 20 on page 9. You state that modeling results for EC indicate the DCP would not cause more frequent exceedance of EC criteria under the 1981 contract. Do you see that?
I see that.
Are you aware that the criteria that apply under the 1981 contract between April 1st and August 15th are the D1641 water quality standards?
Yes.
When you arrived at this opinion in paragraph 20, were you looking at the potential exceedance of D1641 during that time?
That was one of the lines of evidence that I used to make this conclusion. Similar to a question you asked earlier, I also looked at the long-term averages and compared those and saw that there were only incremental changes in the months outside of D1641. And so collectively, I came to this conclusion using the exceedance table that we just looked at, as well as long-term average plots. And then I also did look at the exceedance plots. And so all of that informed what I wrote in this paragraph here.
Okay. I'm getting close to being done here, so please bear with me. Thank you for your patience. So if we, let's see here. Trying to narrow down some questions so I can wrap up. Okay, so starting on line 6, you state that the modeling results show the DCP would have a mixed effect on the maximum monthly average EC at 3 Mile Slough. You see that?
Correct, yes.
What relevance does the maximum monthly average have on compliance with the 1981 contract?
It's just another line of evidence that I used to make my conclusion, along with the other ones that I just mentioned. So the exceedance plots, the long-term bar plots, and then that exceedance table, the D1641.
And did you use the water year type ranges that you describe in DWR 510R on PDF page 28 to determine whether or not there would be exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria?
You mean the table with the maximum monthly averages for this location? Is that what you're referring to? Or...
I think it was a table, yes. Maybe could we open that up, Ms. Mullen, DWR 510R, PDF page 28.
This table?
Yes.
Yes, so this table informed that paragraph that we were just, or those couple of sentences that you were just referring to in that paragraph.
Okay.
And again, it's a line of evidence. It's not the only piece of information that I'm using to make that conclusion.
Okay, but you do describe a number of ranges of EC thresholds, and here you're specifically referring to the period of August 16th through November 30th. Is that right? And I'm referring to the paragraph above the table.
Yes. Yep, that's correct. That's from the graph in the contract, yes.
And so we have a range of 1600 to 1900 micromos for above normal years, 1900 to 2200 micromos for below normal years, 2200 to 2600 micromos for dry years. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it safe to assume that wet years are anything below 1600 micromos and critical years are anything above 2600 micromos?
Yes, and were you here this morning when I corrected my testimony?
You added wet years in addition to the above normal years.
Yes.
Thank you for that correction. And when you say water year type, are you referring to the water year types as calculated using the 40-30-30 Sacramento Valley Water Year Index?
So the contract was using the Four River Index when it was written in 1981.
And so that's what you use here?
That's what you used here.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we look at exhibit DWR 414? And if we could scroll down to Exhibit A, just towards the bottom. The second to last page. And if you don't mind rotating clockwise once, 90 degrees. And then if we could focus on the top left quadrant. Dr. Priest, do you understand that this top left quadrant was the way to calculate compliance with the 1981 contract criteria at Edmonton, and it is now used for calculating compliance at 3 Mile Slough?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, is it possible to zoom in any further? Great. Now, are you able to point out what would constitute an exceedance of EC criteria in an above normal water year based on this graph?
Not off the top of my head, but I have seen using the 4-river index, you can classify on the x-axis the acre feet in million by the water year types. And then following the graph, you can use that to see what the different EC ranges are on the y-axis, which is currently cut off in this picture.
Yeah, and we can clarify what those are if we need to, but I think the relevant point that I wanted to raise here is you see different date ranges associated with the different lines on this graph, correct?
Correct.
And the one that's sort of right in the middle is August 23rd through 31st, and then September and October and November. Is that right?
Yeah.
And if you look to the left, there's a line that says June 23rd through 30th, July, and then August 1st through 22nd. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree that depending on the amount of unimpaired runoff, as depicted in acre feet in millions on the x-axis, that the contract criteria for the period from June 23rd through August 22nd can be as low as, let's say, can be lower than the August 23rd through November line?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time following what the comparison you're asking me to make is.
So just to bring things home, you stated in your testimony that for the period of August 16th through November 30th, that there are certain ranges of EC that are allowed under the 1981 contract, correct?
Yes.
And as this shows, there is a period between August 16th and August 23rd where you need to use the line that goes further down.
Yes.
So the ranges that you provided, starting at 1600 micromos for above normal years, does not include that 6-day period from August 16th through August 22nd, correct?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted.
About days.
I would say that I stick with the conclusions that I've made in my testimony. I don't think that this changes my opinion. Looking at all of the different numbers that I presented, so
it is your testimony that on August 16th, the 1981 contract specifies a minimum, or I'm sorry, an EC threshold of 1600 micromos in above normal years?
I'm not prepared to make that statement right now. Just looking at this, it's hard to read this figure right now, so I would need to sit and look at it again.
Understood. Okay, last batch of questions and then I do need to leave. So I appreciate your time. If we could go back to DWR 510R and PDF page 28. You state, let's see, there's no line numbers. But you state that towards the bottom of the paragraph, for the CC 50 scenario, the maximum monthly average EC is below the contract criteria, except in above normal water years, and you added wet years, for both the baseline and with the DCP. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. Did you determine that the maximum EC between August 16th and August 22nd was also below the contract criteria in below normal, dry, and critical year types?
I think I said in my last statement, I need to look. I'm not prepared to answer exactly on August 16th right now.
You don't recall if you did look at that?
So yeah, this is August 16th through November 30th is what I'm presenting here.
Okay. And then the following under CC 95 scenario, the baseline EC levels are above the contract criteria levels under both the baseline and with DCP scenarios. Do you see that last sentence?
That's correct.
So the issue here that I would like to ask you about is we have two level of concern climate change scenarios with the 50 cc and the 95 cc scenarios. On one hand, with the CC 50, you generally show that EC is below the contract criteria, except in wet and above normal water years, correct?
Correct.
And then in the CC 95, in every year type, both the with and without project are exceeding the contract criteria, correct?
Well, the maximum, so this is the maximum monthly average. So I haven't calculated the contract criteria as you noted. And so this is just the maximum values that occur in these water year types. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that it's exceeding the contract criteria because it would be a 2-week running average. This is just a single point.
Which you do not calculate, correct?
I did not calculate, but as I mentioned, I looked at a lot of lines of evidence to come to that conclusion. This was one of the lines of evidence.
Okay, thank you for your time, Dr. Priest. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Thank you, Dr. Priest. I think it's a good time for a break. Let's go ahead, and it sounds like Ms. Proofer, you may be up next, but let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 2:44. Welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful, thank you. And as I understand, we will be looking to Ms. Proofer. I see a hand is raised. If the hearing team would please elevate Ms. Proofer and Ms. Safdie. And I think we're working on it here. There we go. And Ms. Proofer, and Ms. Safdie, you are both welcome to make your appearance.
Hi, good afternoon. Stephanie Proofer for DTech.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Safdie, also for DTech.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I understand, Ms. Proofer, that you have questions for these witnesses.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for Dr. Priest.
Thank you. Then please go ahead. We will bring, there we are. Perfect.
Hi, Dr. Priest. Nice to see you. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dr. Priest, does your written rebuttal testimony comprise of all of the documents you submitted? So DWR 508R, DWR 510R, DWR 511R, DWR 512R, DWR 513R, DWR 514R, and DWR 515?
That's correct.
And you're offering all of these exhibits under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start by asking some questions regarding your conclusions and your rebuttal testimony related to harmful algal blooms and residence time. Dr. Priest, you define residence time as the time in hours required for 90% of the water in a subregion to exit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testify that your residence time captures the integral influence of tidal oscillations, right?
That's correct.
Is this definition based on the first time 90% of water exits that subregion?
Yes.
Is it possible that 90% of water can exit a subregion but then re-enter the region through tidal oscillations?
I don't know the exact percent that would re-enter. It would vary by the location and different flow condition, various conditions. So I'm not sure how much would re-enter a region on a particular. It would depend. That's what I would say. It's unlikely to be a full 90, the exact same 90% though.
Understood. So just to clarify, it is then possible that water can re-enter through tidal oscillation, correct?
Water can re-enter.
And your definition of residence time doesn't account for that re-entering of water, correct?
I'm looking at how long it takes for 90% of the water to first leave an area. That's how I define it.
Do you agree, Dr. Priest, that the delta is dominated by tidal influence?
I would say that there is tidal influence across the entire delta. That's true.
When you say that DSM-2 stimulates tidal processes, you mean that it considers the role of tides as it relates to the overall movement of water through the locations you evaluated, correct?
Yeah, if there are specific modeling questions, I'd have Mr. Singh answer them about how the tides work in the model.
I'm referring to a very specific part of your testimony. Maybe it's helpful if we pull it up. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 408R?
Sorry, did you mean 508?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
R?
My apologies. Yes. Thank you for clarifying, Ms. Carroll. DWR 508R. Thank you. Could we please scroll down to PDF page 14? lines 16 to 18, so just a little bit further down on the page. Perfect. Here, Dr. Priest, do you see line 16 to 18 where you're discussing that the delta's hydrodynamics are dominated by bidirectional tidal exchange and that the modeling framework in DSM-2 simulates these tidal processes?
I see that.
Okay. So is it correct that the modeling integrates across tidal movements to give you your metric of residence time?
It captures the integrated influence of oscillations in transport and flushing, yes.
But you didn't specifically study the role that tidal oscillations can play in transporting cyanobacterial particles, is that correct?
So I was doing a comparison of residence time. The purpose of my analysis was to compare residence time at specified locations under baseline conditions and to see if you layer the project on top of that, will there be changes to residence time? That was the purpose of my analysis. It was not, the purpose was not to see how far a cyanobacteria cell could be transported through the delta.
Right. So for my clarification, for my own sense of clarification, you didn't specifically evaluate the influence of tidal oscillations when calculating residence time. Is that correct?
Well, I looked at velocity for each of these locations as well. So I'm looking at velocity, and then the tidal oscillations are incorporated into the DSM-2 model. And one of the modelers on the panel could do a better job describing exactly how that is used, and maybe that would be useful to understand.
Just a quick question on velocity, and I have more questions on velocity later, but I think for the sake of understanding this particular section of your testimony, I'm wondering, are you defining velocity as tidal oscillation? Are they the same thing?
Velocity is defined in the DSM-2 model, and the assumptions behind that, I would defer to the modelers to explain.
The model is forced by tides. All modeling with DSM-2 essentially incorporates tidal movement into all aspects of the dynamics throughout the domain. Integrated velocity is often looking at a spot and integrating over time to look at the range of velocity that's experienced in a particular location. The residence time would incorporate tidal movement back and forth.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask the questions I had about velocity because it makes sense to ask now. The velocity measure you use, Dr. Priest, is the 15-minute absolute velocity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, in the way that you report it, velocity is the same if the water is moving upstream or downstream. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you're thinking about that or looking at that 15-minute absolute velocity, are you looking at a single point in time each day or taking an average of 15-minute increments?
Why don't we pull up one of the exceedance plots and we could look at that together?
Sure.
Do you happen to know, Dr. Priest, what the best reference would be, or Ms. Proofer, either?
Well, I presented several in my PowerPoint presentation this morning, so maybe that would be the easiest. So 509R. And then towards the end, I'd scroll down. I don't recall the exact slide number. If you scroll towards the end of the testimony and then work our way back up, that'll probably be fastest. Okay, and then scroll back up, please. A little more. Okay, here's this. Oh, go down one, please. Thank you. So this is velocity for the month of August. And you can see the velocity in feet per second on the y-axis there. And so I have this, and I'm looking at different months for multiple locations across the delta and looking at absolute velocity in 15-minute increments.
So when you're saying we're looking at velocity at 15-minute increments, I think that gets to my original confusion about the definition. Is that are you looking at one specific point in time for that 15-minute increment, or are you considering the entire day in 15-minute increments and taking an average during that day?
So my understanding, and the modelers can correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is 15-minute data points across the month of August that are used to make this exceedance plot.
Understood. And from a 15-minute absolute velocity, can you tell if an area is prone to tidal oscillations?
Well, you can look at the velocity in feet per second and compare them for different areas, but the entire delta has tides. So the entire delta is tidally influenced.
And if you were to look at a longer time horizon, for example, in a 24-hour period, would velocity be near zero?
I'm confused about the question. So this is a month. This is the full month of August. So I'm not sure what you mean by longer than the month of August, or?
I mean, if you were to take a time shot, not at 15-minute increments, but at a 24-hour increment within the month of August, would that significantly change your results?
So DSM-2 models on 15-minute increments, and so that would be the appropriate time frame to use for looking at velocity for this modeling.
Yeah, there is a spring neap cycle that would cause cycling over 14-day, fortnightly type of period. So you would get some variation at that level at the very least. But so taking an exceedance plot over a month makes a lot of sense in terms of capturing the phases of the tides.
So just to clarify, is it correct that just from a value of velocity, it's not clear whether a location is prone to tidal oscillation?
As I mentioned, the entire delta is prone to tidal oscillation. So I don't think I understand exactly what you're asking.
The question is, if you take a snapshot in a 15-minute increment, and in that 15-minute time snapshot, you don't have a lot of a tide coming in, would that be different if in a 24-hour time span you were to look at?
That's what this is. This is aggregated over a more substantial period. So your zero velocity periods, the slack tide is captured kind of at the right-hand side. You know, that's the zero that's captured over towards the right side of the plot. But these capture everything that's captured here is over my understanding is an entire month. So it's a distribution of velocities that you'd experience over a month.
Understood. Thank you. Dr. Priest, you said earlier that velocity captures the influence of tides, but it's not specifically measuring the role of tidal oscillation in harmful algal bloom growth. Is that correct?
So I'm not sure if I completely understand your question, but I looked at multiple factors that influence cyanobacteria growth, and velocity is one of those things, because the more velocity that you have, or the shorter the residence time of an area, another metric that I use, the less likely that you are to have these cyanobacteria cells come together and aggregate to form a bloom. And so it's important to look at these all together separately as well as all together, and to do so in a comparative fashion, which is what I've done here by comparing the baseline compared to the Delta Conveyance project scenario, in this case, the CC50, and I'm looking at one of the months, although in my report, I have all of the months, June through November, when cyanobacteria are most problematic in the Delta. And I use all of that to determine if there's going to be an impact from the project on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms.
Would you agree that residence time is a more important factor than velocity for cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom formation?
I don't think that anyone could make that determination. Residence time is important. Velocity is important. If water is moving and sloshing around a lot, then it's much harder for the cells to aggregate together and form a bloom. If you have a nice still water column that sits and has no flushing for a very long period of time, that usually allows the water temperature to warm up, which cyanobacteria really like, and then they can grow and divide and aggregate together and form blooms. So I would say all of these factors that I assessed are important.
Are you aware of scientific literature pointing to residence time as the major factor driving cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom formation in the Delta?
Residence time has been identified as a factor that drives harmful algal blooms in the Delta, and that's why in areas of the Delta where we have longer residence time and less flushing, we see more severe blooms.
Would you agree, Dr. Priest, that net flow influences residence times in the Sacramento River and in the Delta?
It does in some locations, but not in all locations. For example, Discovery Bay, the Stockton waterfront, those are areas that are highly disconnected from flowing rivers. And so those are two areas that we have very severe, that not every year, but in some years can have very severe blooms. And it's because they're isolated dead end areas with longer residence times.
Thank you. I am going to shift us away from velocity. Thank you, Dr. Priest. We can pull this document down, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Dr. Priest, you would agree that cyanobacteria cells can re-enter a subregion through tidal sloshing and continue to grow or contribute meaningful to a bloom, correct?
Sometimes not. Depends how far they're going. It depends on the environmental conditions. You know, often if the cells are being moved away, they may settle down onto the sediment. They may be being mixed in the water column and not being able to aggregate together and form blooms.
But you're not intending to testify that the cyanobacterial cells cannot contribute meaningfully to a bloom, are you?
I'm not sure what you're asking in that question.
In your testimony, Dr. Priest, you mentioned that individual cyanobacterial cells that re-enter a subregion through tidal sloshing does not necessarily mean that they continue to grow or contribute meaningfully to a bloom. I'm just clarifying that you're not intending to testify that these cyanobacterial cells can't contribute meaningfully to a bloom under any circumstances.
I'm saying, so the purpose of this was to look at residence time, right, in a comparative way. And I'm looking at how long the residence time may differ from under different scenarios. If cells leave a region, it's possible that those cells can come back in a region they're being sloshed around. Usually if they're sloshing around that much, then they're just not going to have the ability to aggregate together because there's enough water movement for them to be disrupted. I don't know how long it would take, for example, for an individual cell to re-enter a specific subregion. I don't know if it will stay at the surface or be mixed down into the water column. I don't know if the environmental conditions are such that the cell could survive that movement. It just depends. There's a lot of, I would need to know more before I could answer your exact question.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, you spent a lot of time in your rebuttal testimony discussing tidal sloshing in the delta. Is it correct that as water moves around in the delta, cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms move around with it?
This, I would say cyanobacteria cells likely move as water moves around the delta. It's an area of research that we're working on more to try to understand if blooms are exported out of some regions and into other regions. I would say that recent research suggests that at least some of the hotspot areas, the cells are not leaving those areas. They're sticking in those areas. Maybe a few cells are leaving. But you're not having a bloom travel its way around the delta. There doesn't, I personally haven't seen any evidence for that.
But it is correct that microassistant can move around in the delta, the individual cyanobacteria, harmful algal bloom cells, right?
I would assume that some cyanobacteria cells could move around through the delta. I don't know how far they're being transported, though. We haven't done any research on that. And just because a cell is being transported around, there's no guarantee that it's going to form a bloom somewhere else. Like I said, most of the severe blooms are in the dead end areas where there's not a lot of water movement.
Dr. Priest, is it correct that microcystin can overwinter in the delta?
I think you mean the microcystis cells.
Oh, yes.
Yes, they can overwinter. It's a well-recognized life history trait that they can settle into the sediment and then overwinter until conditions are good for them to re-enter the water column.
And those overwintering microcystin cells can initiate the growth of harmful algal blooms the following season, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 00514R? Thank you. Could we please scroll to PDF page 218, please? Dr. Priest, I would like to direct you to lines 15 to 17.
Yes.
Is that big enough?
Yep.
Okay. Dr. Priest, you don't provide any numeric benchmark to assess the amount of bloom growth that you would consider to be substantial, do you?
Do you mean like an exact number of hours that I would?
Yeah, Dr. Priest, do you see in line, I believe it's line 16, where you say would not provide enough additional time to allow substantial additional growth?
An increase of up to 3 hours, yes, would not provide enough. I see that.
I'm asking, you don't provide any numeric benchmark to assess what is substantial, do you?
Well, in the EIR, we said 10% increase. And then also considering, well, if you're layering 10% on a short versus a long residence time. So line 20 mentions the 10% again.
And you acknowledge here that an increase in median residence time of 3 hours may increase bloom formation at these locations, just not to a degree that you consider substantial. Is that right?
Yes, I don't think an increase of 3 hours would provide enough time for additional growth and accumulation, because once again, it's these areas with very long residence time on the order of weeks that we're seeing more problematic blooms.
Did you conduct any experiments or tests to determine how an increase in residence time of about 3 hours would affect bloom formation given the base the baseline residence times?
Well, 3 hours compared to, I guess, the examples that I show in this scenario. No, I did not provide a specific, or I did not conduct a specific experiment, but I have studied cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta for over 10 years and am well versed in the literature. And it is my belief that, in my opinion, that 3 hours is not sufficient to have any meaningful change in bloom growth or bloom occurrence magnitude.
Dr. Priest, when you refer to baseline residence times of 55 hours in line 15, that's the median baseline residence time, is that correct?
In that sentence, yes, that's correct.
And when you report that your modeling shows an increase by up to 3 hours in residence times at these locations, that's also the median increase, correct?
In this particular sentence, yes.
And just to be clear, since I'm not a statistician, the median refers to the midpoint of a distribution, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's different from the average, right?
That's correct.
So you could have a median value of 3 with a 99th percentile that's orders of magnitude larger, correct?
If you scroll down to the box plots that I provide, you can, that's a better way than just picking out a single sentence here to make this comparison. If you scroll down a little further, the box plots do a good job of capturing the range of distributions. And it allows you to compare the median as well as other percentiles. Here's an example. And in all of these cases, the box plots line up very nicely next to each other. So there's maybe a small change at some percentiles in some months, but overall, by looking at this range of data across these different percentiles, you can see that there's very little to no change in the baseline conditions compared to the delta conveyance conditions.
But just to confirm, when you're reporting the 3 hours in the page we were looking at before, PDF page 218, that was the median that you were reporting on, correct?
In that particular sentence, yes.
Okay.
But I just want to be clear that I captured the range of distributions, which are shown here and throughout the rest of this document.
And just to clarify, this box plot, when you're plotting residence time in this box and whisker plot, you're defining residence time as the time in hours required for 90% of the water in a subregion to exit, correct? That's the definition you're using?
That's correct.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, do you report the difference between the median and the mean to show if there's a skew in the distribution in that way?
I didn't provide the mean for this particular report, but I did provide the box plots. And like I said, it captures a range of the different statistical distributions. And so that's why it's a great way to visualize all of the data in one place, which is this example that we're looking at together here. And so, for example, the top part of that box is the 75th percentile. The bottom of the box is the 25th percentile, and it allows you to compare lots of different ranges across the data. So I would not expect to see much of a difference with the averages if I were to average these out.
Okay. I would like to direct you to the section on the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel. I believe that's PDF page 18 of this same document. Oh, sorry, 218. Just to the next section. Yes, line 24 is where that starts. Great. Thank you. Here, Dr. Priest, you note that under the CC95 scenario, there's a 48-hour increase in median residence time in June with the DCP, correct?
What line are you looking at?
Line 32. 31 to 33, I think, is the span of the entire line.
Okay, so yes, I note a 48-hour increase in June and a 59-hour increase, the 90th percentile in July. And below, once again, I have the box plots that allows us to look at all of the data instead of just kind of cherry picking out certain statistical percentiles, which does a better job of comparing if you want to scroll down.
I don't think we need it. I think you already clarified for me. I wanted to ask, you considered these changes, the 48-hour increase in median residence time under the CC 95 scenario and the 59-hour increase residence time in the 90th percentile in July. You consider these small relative to baseline residence times. Is that correct?
The residence time in this location is very long. If we scroll down, we can look exactly at how long. I think we could scroll to, I'm not sure which figure it is, but it's on the order of weeks to months, how long the residence time is. So a day or two, or slightly more than 2 days of additional residence time at that location is not going to have a meaningful effect. And then more importantly, if you look at all the data overall, there's really no change in residence time when you're comparing across the rest of the percentiles. And I also provided the exceedance plot for July to show what that increase would look like. If you want to look at that, we could look at that together to see how the lines essentially fall on top of each other and they diverge slightly. I mentioned that in my testimony this morning. So I do not see at the 90th percentile, if there's a couple day increase, there being a large change in cyanobacteria in that region because the residence times are just very long there.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Priest. Just as a point of clarification, when you say that the residence time is in the order of weeks in that location, are you defining residence time in the same way that you defined it for your calculations? So the amount of time and hours required for 90% of the water in a subregion to exit?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And did you consider the doubling time for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in reaching your conclusions that the magnitude of change is not sufficient to alter microcystin growth rates, accumulation, or aggregation?
I considered all of the evidence, but also I looked at all of the data together, which, as I mentioned, that sentence is pulling out one data point out of all of the data that was used to compare residence time in July. And so I just don't think that change at one statistical interval is going to have a meaningful, it's not going to lead to more harmful algal blooms in that area beyond those that are already occurring in that area.
I might have missed this, but I don't think you answered my question. Did you consider the doubling time for harmful algal blooms in your analysis in reaching your conclusions here?
I mentioned that I considered lots of lines of evidence. Doubling time was one line of evidence that was considered in this determination, but more importantly this is an area with really long residence time, and a couple of days, like very occasionally, if there's an increase in a couple of days, is not going to lead to more severe harmful algal blooms in this area.
What's the doubling time that you considered?
It's somewhere in like 2.5 days, in that range.
Did you report that in your testimony, Dr. Priest?
I don't remember. It might be in my original testimony.
And what's the source for that doubling time?
We would have to pull up my original testimony. I'm not remembering off the top of my head what the source is. The doubling time is dependent on the cyanobacteria genera and species that you're talking about as well. It's not, and then temperature also and plays an important role in that as well. So if we wanted to go back to my original testimony, we could find the source to that.
No worries, thank you. And you didn't conduct any experiments or tests to determine how an increase in residence time of 48 hours would affect bloom formation in the Stockton Deep Water Ship Channel in June, did you?
I did not conduct any experiments, but I did do a thorough review of the literature and residence time, as well as the biology of cyanobacteria and microcystis. And once again, this is one data point that we're pulling out from statistics here, but looking at everything collectively, I do not think that a day or two increase residence time at an area that has very long residence time is going to lead to a more severe bloom. Maybe there's a little bit of additional cyanobacteria accumulation, but it's not going to cause blooms to become more severe there.
Dr. Priest, you agree that the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel is a well-recognized cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom hotspot, correct?
Yes, and primarily it's the terminus of the channel itself.
Ms. Mullen, could we please go to PDF page 219, please? Lines 6 to 8, so just in this top portion. Dr. Priest, with regards to the use of your word sufficient in this part of your testimony, that would be line 7. You don't provide any numeric value for the magnitude of change that would be sufficient to alter microcystis patterns, correct?
I don't, although I did use a 10% threshold earlier in my analysis. It's below that, but also I'm basing this on best professional opinion and my knowledge of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta and all of the literature. And it's my opinion that if occasionally there's a 1 to 2 day increase at this location, it's just not going to be sufficient to alter microcystis in the area.
So you're using sufficient in a qualitative sense, correct?
I guess, but I'm relying on modeling numbers to inform that decision.
And you didn't perform any experiments to document how changes in residence time would affect microcystis patterns, correct?
I have not conducted personally a residence time experiment in the Delta. I don't to look at how one range residence time versus another would impact microcystis, but I am very familiar with microcystis in the Delta and the different channels of the Delta, and I'm out every summer and I observe these blooms and I see where they occur, and they are occurring most severely in these areas with extremely long residence time, and a day or two more of residence time is just not going to lead to more severe blooms. Occasionally, and I believe this is at the CC 95 climate change scenario that we're looking at this. So that's my opinion. It is my opinion that this is not going to cause harmful algal blooms to be worse.
Dr. Priest, with respect to, sorry, actually, just to follow up on that, would another limnologist reach the same conclusions regarding harmful algal bloom? Is this well-established scientific knowledge in the Delta?
What part?
You just mentioned that you based your consideration of what is the sufficient amount of change in residence time based on your experience working on the issue in the Delta. I'm asking if, in your opinion and in your scientific expertise, you believe that other limnologists who have expertise in the Delta could reach the same conclusion as you did.
I think so. I mean, I'm trying to provide best available science here. I'm not trying to make up something. I'm trying to look at all of the evidence that I have in front of me and make a scientific decision based on that. So that's what I did. So I would imagine if other people that worked on harmful algal blooms had all of the evidence that I had to look at, that they would reach a similar conclusion.
But they could reach a different conclusion based on another understanding of what a sufficient change in residence time is. Is that correct?
I mean, I can't speak for any
speculation.
Dr. Priest, with respect to resident time changes in Clifton Court Forebay, you testified that an increase in residence time at this location from 14.6 to 16.7 days in September was not ecologically meaningful for a harmful algal bloom growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Here also, you're not using a quantitative benchmark to define ecologically meaningful, are you?
I'm using my expertise on the subject to inform this decision, as well as temperature and the other factors that we looked at in Clifton Court Forebay.
So the answer is no.
I'm using my expertise, so that's, yeah, so no, and if you're looking for a specific number, I'm not providing a specific number.
Great. I'd like to direct you to the same document, DWR 514R, PDF page 233. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. The figure at the bottom of the page, please. Perfect, thank you. This figure here at the bottom of the page demonstrates the time to flush 90% of the water from Discovery Bay with and without the DCP, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the measure you use for residence time in your analysis, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today in your presentation that residence time is biologically meaningful at local scales. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you consider Discovery Bay as a single geographic entity, right?
For the purposes of this assessment, yes, I did.
So you did not differentiate residence times for the individual channels at Discovery Bay.
This was based on the DSM-2 node that were available, and I would defer to the modelers to explain exactly the node that we used, but it's I think my understanding is that it measured as it somewhat as an open water body.
Does that mean that you assume that residence time in Discovery Bay is uniform across the entire bay?
For the purposes of this modeling assessment, yes, that's what it did. But I'm aware of the exact makeup of Discovery Bay, and I understand that there are different channels, but this was the best tool that we had available to measure residence time at that location.
Great, thank you. We can pull down this document. I would like to refer you to DWR 00508R. Thank you. PDF page 25, please. And Dr. Priest, I'd like to direct your attention to lines 13 to 16. Here, you're addressing a paper by yourself and Pearl from 2025, correct?
Correct.
And that's the paper you discussed at the site visit, correct?
Correct.
And that is the paper that the DTEC Council asked you about during the December site visit cross-examination, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the DTEC attorney is not a witness or testifying in this proceeding?
I'm simply clarifying the question that was asked and responding to it.
So you weren't intending to engage with the testimony of a witness in this portion of your rebuttal testimony?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. I think the hearing officer made it pretty clear that we were able to address on rebuttal not only evidence presented by protestants, but things that were raised on cross-examination. Here, the witness is simply noting
Well,
what she
hold
is
on. We
responding
don't need
to.
to, let's not do an argument on the evidentiary objection that may or may not actually happen. Ms. Proofer, I believe I'm not sure the exact posture of your question, but maybe you can rephrase it in such a way that would be appropriate for Dr. Priest in terms of, well, I'll leave it to you to to figure out what you're getting at, please.
Thank you. I'm just asking for clarification, and maybe a better way to phrase it is it correct, Dr. Priest, that you're addressing your own testimony in the site visit in this portion of your rebuttal testimony?
I am stating that I felt that what I was saying was mischaracterized in our last exchange, and I'm clarifying what was meant here.
And in describing your paper, Dr. Priest, you testified that the paper does not imply a simple flow-bloom relationship, correct?
That's correct.
But you would agree that there is a relationship between flows and blooms, correct?
Not at this location. There's not at the Stockton area. I don't think that's true, but I do think that could be true in some locations.
But the paper is exploring this exact potential relationship between flows and blooms, correct?
It's looking at a drought year compared to a very wet year. It specifically acknowledges in the paper that flow at the Stockton waterfront in both the drought year and the wet year is 0 CFS. And so there's other flow coming in from stormwater drains. And then chemically, there's clearly some nutrient changes that may be being flushed in there from tides, but flow itself is not impacting this area.
Do you agree, Dr. Priest, that nutrient concentration is impacted by flows in the watershed upstream of the delta?
Nutrient concentrations at this location are impacted by a number of things. It's impacted by the multiple stormwater inputs that discharge water into the area. It is impacted from nutrients that are being internally loaded from the sediments. And it's also being impacted from upstream sources as that water is flushed into the area through tides.
I think it might be helpful. Can we please pull up DWR 00529, please? Thank you. Could we please scroll to PDF page 6? And this would be the second column, halfway down the first paragraph is what I'm referring to. I'm trying to understand, Dr. Priest. Your paper reports that decreased upstream flows may result in more concentrated nutrients being delivered and reduced nutrient dilution at downstream locations, correct?
Correct.
So could increased upstream flows result in more nutrient dilution at downstream locations?
Well, especially if it was higher quality flow. So if you have a lot of snow melt feeding into the reservoirs, replenishing the water. So you're having a high quality water like we saw in 2023 when it was record snowpacks and that feeding into the San Joaquin River, then that would have some impact, as well as, like I mentioned, all of the stormwater drain flushing that was influencing that area during the very wet winter.
And you stand by the conclusion of your paper that upstream flows can dilute nutrient concentrations downstream?
I believe so, yes. But that's different than physical flows impacting an area, and that needs to be clarified.
So just dumbing it down for someone who is not as in the weeds as you are, Dr. Priest, in that case, are nutrients related to flow?
In this particular extreme water year type, where we had a very wet year, there was more flushing of the system. There was more, the water that was being flushed through tides into that Stockton area had lower nutrient concentrations than the 2022, which was the third year in a drought. There were much higher nutrient concentrations in the system, especially in this Stockton area specifically, And tides would be pushing that higher nutrient water down into the Stockton area. But you cannot look at that alone. We also looked at all the stormwater drains that were flowing into the area to make this conclusion.
Dr. Priest, holding everything else equal, if we had consistent conditions that looked like drought in the Delta, that would be more conducive to hab growth and spread, correct?
I don't know about spread, but definitely we have seen that generally, if we have drought years, it's more conducive to hab growth, but there have been some kind of strange examples where we've had a drought year and not a lot of hab growth as well. But generally, I would expect the drier the year, the more likely you would be to have a harmful algal bloom.
In your expertise, are drought conditions expected to become more common with climate change?
That's my understanding, yes.
And Dr. Priest, you agree that short-term mitigation measures are needed during drought periods to reduce bloom magnitude, severity, and frequency, correct?
Well, not even just during drought periods. I think short-term mitigation could be used just to mitigate blooms in general, combined with long-term mitigation, like we mentioned, conclusion of this paper.
Would reducing flow during these periods be a short-term mitigation measure that you would recommend?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location, time of year. Incomplete hypothetical.
Ms. Proofer, can you be more specific?
Maybe I can pull up DWR 514R, please. Thank you. And PDF page 45, please. Lines 14 to 16. Do you see there, Dr. Priest, where you mention our study also shows that additional short-term mitigation measures are needed during drought periods?
Yes. Okay. So I made that sentence in reference to my paper specifically, but I would say that it extends beyond this paper.
And I think what I'm trying to understand here is what type of short-term mitigation measures you, in your professional experience, you might recommend, and whether reducing flow during a drought period would be something you might recommend.
Well, we did discuss mitigation options in December, I believe, some short-term mitigation options. And one of those things that we're trying is dredging the Stockton waterfront. That's a short-term mitigation project that we're trying. I've already mentioned, do I suggest that we reduce flows? I don't know why I would suggest that, but I also don't think increasing flows in a drought period is necessarily going to solve your problem in the Stockton waterfront, because there's not a lot of high quality water to be distributed. So I can't guarantee that there'd be sufficient flow to dilute nutrients in that area.
So increasing flows during these drought periods might be a short-term mitigation measure you would recommend, depending on.
I'm not recommending that.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to shift gears slightly. And we don't need this on the screen right now. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Dr. Priest, you admit that water temperatures are likely to increase in the future under both baseline and DCP scenarios, correct?
Correct.
Controlling for all other variables, do you agree that increased water temperatures likely increase the frequency and extent of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
That's well recognized that warmer temperatures are more favorable for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms.
And in your expert opinion, is it correct that today temperature is a limiting factor in the delta to cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom growth?
I don't think I ever said that it was a limiting factor.
So it is not your opinion that temperature is a limiting factor for cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom growth in the delta?
I don't think so. I think the temperature has been sufficiently warm to produce plenty of harmful algal blooms.
In your modeling, Dr. Priest, did you look at the interaction across different variables? For instance, did you consider whether increase in temperature together with small changes in residence time might become a more significant factor in influencing HABs formation with climate change?
I did look at the interaction among factors, and the temperature, as I've shown through the modeling, there's not going to be any changes in temperature with the Delta Conveyance project compared to the baseline. I still do stand by my opinion that the small increases in residence time that were observed at some percentiles in some months at some location would not be sufficient to cause blooms to be more severe or longer in duration than those that would exist without the project.
Where did you report interaction amongst these factors, Dr. Priest?
I reported in my testimony, and then if you look at 2043 at the end, towards the end, I at the end of 508R, there's a paragraph that discusses the interaction of those factors. And then I also, in providing rebuttal to Dr. Polson and BBID, I also consider temperature and residence time together.
And Dr. Priest, you mentioned that there's no changes in temperature with or without the DCP, but I just want to make sure I understand. It is your opinion that temperatures will increase with climate change in the future. Is that correct?
I agree that that will happen, but that is not related to this project.
Thank you. I now want to ask about your rebuttal on harmful algal bloom aerosolization. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 508R and scroll to PDF page 24, please? Thank you. I'd like to direct you, Dr. Priest, to paragraph 56, lines 15 through 17. It's right there on the screen. In this paragraph, you're referring to a 2023 study by Haley Ploss, correct?
I'm responding to Barbara Bergen-Pria's testimony.
And does Ms. Bergen-Pria reference Haley Ploss?
Yes.
The 2023 study? Okay. And Dr. Priest, you've co-authored with Ploss, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Priest, you concede that Ploss's paper is important in exploring the relationship between cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms and airborne toxic concentrations, correct?
Yes, I agree that it's an important area of research that there's not a lot that's known about, and further research is necessary to further understand it.
Isn't it correct that the study concludes that it demonstrated the formation of respirable aerosols from cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Yes, but it did not look at exposures. It did not say how long someone would need to be exposed to that to have an adverse health impact, how they would need to be exposed. Would it simply be through breathing in those aerosols? So there were a lot of unanswered questions, which is why it's a newer area of research. And I definitely agree that further research is necessary on the topic.
And the Ploss study discusses a number of other studies that have documented the link between cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms and aerosolized toxins. Is that right?
As I said, it's an emerging area of research. Recent years, it's gotten more attention, but once again, we don't even understand all the different atmospheric compounds that they can produce, how long that bloom would need to be around to produce the compounds. If those compounds, if they're all harmful to humans, are people actually being exposed to them just because they enter the nasal cavity? Does it go beyond the nasal cavity into the rest of the body and create adverse health effects? How long would you have to breathe it in? How much would you have to breathe it in? We don't have the answers to any of those questions.
But there are multiple studies that do document the relationship between cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms, and air toxins, correct?
There are studies. There's Haley Ploss's study in the Delta. That's one study that I'm aware of here. And there are studies in other systems. There's a lot on marine harmful algal blooms, fewer on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. But like I said, it's an emerging area of research. The conclusion of this paragraph really, though, is the most important, and that is that the Delta Conveyance project is not going to cause blooms to become more severe. So it's not going to create this aerosolization pathway and potentially expose people. And so that is the take-home message from this section of my testimony. And so that's the take-home.
Dr. Priest, you rely on Morris et al. 2025 for your assertion that the contribution of airborne cyanotoxin exposure pathways to human toxicity remains largely unknown. Is that right?
Yes, but there's multiple other citations I could have also cited.
Okay. Could we please pull up Morris et al. 2025? That would be DWR 00528. Thank you. Dr. Priest, is this the Morris article you cited?
Correct.
Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll to PDF page 10, please? Dr. Priest, do you see section 5.1?
Yes.
Didn't Morris et al. Conclude that multiple studies support the idea that aerosolized microsystems may be a causative agent for the observed health changes in individuals recreating on or near aquatic cyanobacterial blooms?
It says may also impact the health of individuals recreating. And it says, and then if you scroll down, it says, while Backer did not find a statistically significant difference in the number of participants who reported differences in health before and after recreation. So microcystin was detected in the atmospheric samples, and they're saying it supports the idea that it may be a causative agent. It still does not answer any of the questions that I raised before. So these people are actually, in the Backer study, they're out water skiing on the lake. So through the blooms, they're being exposed to probably pretty high concentrations of microcystin, and they're reporting how they felt afterwards. But there's, like I said, there's more research that needs to be done. We don't know how long someone needs to be exposed to the toxins or what toxin concentration to have such an impact.
What level or what amount of additional research would be needed to reach that conclusion, Dr. Priest?
Well, there would need to be epidemiology studies conducted, and that's beyond my area of expertise, exactly what would be needed, but there would be a lot of additional work before a dose. And we're also talking about multiple compounds. Here, maybe microcystin, but in the PLOS paper is other compounds. So we have multiple compounds that we have to consider and see how people are exposed to them and if they cause health impacts just by breathing them in. And possibly a single acute exposure isn't going to do anything. We don't know. We need more research.
Can we please scroll down to page 13 of the same document, please? Unfortunately, it's not numbered. So I'll direct you to what line or what I'm specifically looking at, Dr. Priest. I'm looking at Morris et al.'s conclusion that it may be sufficient to use the precautionary principle and post warning notices when toxic blooms are present or likely to be airborne. Do you have any basis to disagree with the conclusion that employing the precautionary principle to address the effects of airborne toxins from HABs on human health may be appropriate?
I don't know if that's appropriate or not to post for that. That would be a public health decision maker. You have to balance so many things when you're making a public health decision. And if they epidemiologists, toxicologists agree that posting is necessary, then I would defer to them. But at this point, as far as I'm aware, there's no recommendation to do that in California or potentially anywhere. Maybe there is in other states, but in California, as far as I'm aware, there's no directive to put a sign up or to notify the public because there's not enough information known about the topic.
Do you have any basis to disagree that the precautionary principle should be employed?
That's outside of
Objection,
my
irrelevance.
Overruled, but Dr. Priest, you can continue, please.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing, and it's just outside of my expertise. I would toxicologists, epidemiologists, those people would be the people that are qualified to decide if this should be posted or not posted. I'm simply pointing out that there's a lot of information that's needed to be known about this, and we can't just assume, based on what I know, that just because there's a bloom that you're immediately being exposed to harmful toxins that will later on impact your health. I personally go out on the boat and sample over blooms all the time during the summer, and that's just there's not enough evidence to make me be concerned of that exposure pathway at this time. Now, if there's evidence presented in the future that causes, that suggests that is not safe, then I would be willing to change my mind. But at this point, I don't see anyone that's sampling for harmful algal blooms in the Delta wearing a mask or doing anything to prevent inhaling blooms or particles associated with blooms.
So Dr. Priest, just to clarify, you're not intending to opine that there is no evidence of human health impacts from cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom related aerosol formation, are you?
Asked and answered.
Overruled, please, Dr. Priest.
But the point of all of this is to say, of the rebuttal, the point of the rebuttal is saying, we do not have enough information to make an informed risk decision on this, and more research is needed to be able to do so. But most importantly, the Delta Conveyance project is not creating a mechanism that is going to create more aerosolized cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom aerosols. And that is the most important takeaway from that portion of my testimony.
Dr. Priest, if it were the case that the DCP increased HAB occurrence and severity, would you agree that regulators would need to be concerned about these potential health risks of aerosolized harmful algal bloom toxins?
Assumes facts not in evidence, incomplete hypothetical, outside the scope of rebuttal.
I think it's fair are you presenting this, Ms. Prüfer, as a hypothetical? Is that your intent?
Yeah, it seems to me, Dr. Priest, that your conclusion assumes that cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom occurrence and severity is not increased by the DCP. Do I have the right understanding there?
I looked at multiple modeling outputs, the literature, and used a lot of evidence to come to the conclusion that the project is not going to cause cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms to be more severe. And therefore, I would be speculating to then layer on and say that the project is going to cause blooms to be more severe when all of the evidence points to them not being more severe under the project.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, you would agree that exposure to cyanotoxins from the aquatic environment as well as through food is well documented, right?
Especially the aquatic environment. That's why the EPA in the state of California has recreational exposure guidelines or thresholds for what's safe to be exposed to, and same with drinking water.
And so you would agree that if harmful algal blooms are present, it may negatively impact beneficial uses of water that involve water contact, fishing, or require people to be in close proximity with the water, correct?
I don't think there's any direct beneficial use for harmful algal blooms at present. Maybe that's changing.
I meant to say negatively impact beneficial uses of water. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, so, well, I'll let you try the question again, Ms. Proofer. It sounds to me like there may be a misunderstanding about whether you, or I don't know, you may need to define whether you're using beneficial use in the Clean Water Act sense or in the water rights sense or something else. That might be part of our challenge here.
I'm just going to back up and ask something different. Dr. Freeze, you would agree that eating fish from water bodies with harmful algal blooms may create adverse health risks, correct?
If there are toxins, specifically microcystin or marine systems, other harmful algal toxins that have accumulated in the shellfish or mostly shellfish, although it can occasionally accumulate in finfish as well. There are tolerable daily intakes for that fish that have been established by the World Health Organization. And so it would be best to not exceed that tolerable daily intake if possible. So you'd have to test your seafood and see what concentrations of toxins were actually in the seafoods to see if you were at risk.
And you would agree that harmful algal blooms would negatively affect water contact recreation, correct?
If the toxins exceeded the state and federal thresholds, then it would be advised to not be in the water or recreate when those toxins were present.
Thank you. Could we please, Ms. Mullen, pull up DWR 00508R? Thank you. And can we please go to PDF page 24? Oh, we're there. Lines 1 to 3. Dr. Priest, you say that the impacts described by Mr. Mulcahy in Shasta Lake, the Upper Sacramento, and on the Pitt River arm and Squaw Creek arm are outside of the DCP's influence. Are you offering any opinions on how the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project are interconnected?
I am offering an opinion that the Delta Conveyance project is not going to impact these upstream water bodies. That is the extent of my opinion.
Do you have any expertise to opine on how operations of the Central Valley Project or the State Water Project relate to one another?
I don't have anything related to that in my testimony, so I don't have anything to discuss about that at this time. I'm simply considering the Delta Conveyance project in my testimony, and the Delta Conveyance project is not going to impact water bodies upstream of the Delta, which is what I'm testifying about in this section that you have on the screen.
Thank you. And Dr. Priest, are you offering any opinion about whether or not harmful algal blooms can interfere with tribal cultural and spiritual practices?
I believe that in my testimony, I acknowledge that concern, and it's an important concern, and I certainly don't want to diminish the concern. But I want to point out that the Delta Conveyance Project is not going to make those any more severe than they are under current conditions.
So you're not intending to rebut Mr. Mulcahy's testimony that harmful algal blooms, when present, can interfere with tribal cultural and spiritual practices that involve close contact with the water, are you?
I think if you scroll up, I specifically write that I'm not rebutting that. The only thing that I am rebutting is that the Delta Conveyance Project is not going to impact water bodies upstream of the Delta. That's the purpose of the rebuttal here. I am in no way rebutting what the tribes are currently experiencing.
Did you review Mr. Mulcahy's testimony in preparing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, is it possible to pull up DTech 035? I realize I didn't send it over email, but we have offered this already in our case in chief. Thank you. Dr. Priest, I represent to you that this is the declaration of Mr. Mulcahy. Is that correct?
It looks like it.
Could we please scroll down to page 16, at the bottom of the page? It's the end of page 16 and the beginning of page 17. Would be great. Let's see both. Great. Dr. Priest, do you see, actually, could we scroll down just a tiny bit more, just so that line 25 is one of the first ones? Great. Thank you. Dr. Priest, here isn't Mr. Mulcahy discussing incidents of harmful algal blooms in Shasta Lake, the Upper Sacramento, and on the Pitt River Arm and Squaw Creek Arm to demonstrate how harmful algal blooms have adversely affected Winnemem Wintu tribal ceremonies?
Correct. Yep, that's correct.
So you're not intending to rebut Mr. Mulcahy's testimony on those specific impacts, correct?
No, and I think I made it very clear in my testimony that I want to acknowledge that this is an important issue. What I'm rebutting is that the Delta Conveyance Project is going to make this more severe. That's not the case. The Delta Conveyance Project is not going to impact upstream of the Delta water bodies. That's the only thing that I'm rebutting here.
But Mr. Mulcahy didn't testify to that here, correct? This is the portion of his testimony that you were rebutting, Dr. Priest? Or is there another portion of the testimony where he discusses these water bodies?
My memory is that there was, I'm trying to remember exactly now if it was oral or this, where it was assuming that Delta Conveyance Project would make this more severe. That's the only thing that I'm rebutting.
Thank you. Could we please pull up DWR 508, please? And it would be page 24, which I believe we're on the first couple of lines. Just your rebuttal testimony, Dr. Priest refers to Dr. Sarmento's statements about HAB impacts near Verona, correct?
Correct.
Can you point
For the
me?
record, this is 508R.
Thank you.
Apologies. My vision is getting blurry. Can you point me to where, Dr. Priest, either in Dr. Sarmento's written declaration or statements during cross-examination or in the site visit where Dr. Sarmento testified about harmful algal bloom impacts near Verona?
I would need to pull up. Can you pull up the testimony? We can look at it together.
I'm asking generally if are you responding to something Dr.
Yes.
Sarmento said in his site visit?
I don't recall off the top of my head if it was the written or oral testimony that I am responding to in this particular paragraph. Maybe if you scroll up, I think I say, can you scroll up? Oh, you know what? I think we need to look at 514R. That's where I have a more detailed response, and it would say what exactly I am rebutting.
We can look at 514R. I don't know the page number though, Dr. Priest, do you?
Wherever opinion 11 is in that. I think I have opinion 11. My testimony is basically an abbreviated version of these different documents. So I have more, if you scroll up, maybe.
What we could do, it may be a good time to take a 5-minute break. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Maybe we can pin down where we're going and save ourselves a little time.
I just saw it too.
Oh, well,
okay.
Let's come back at 4:09. Thank you. All right, I'll look first to the court reporter and make sure we can go back on the record. Are you ready for us?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, I see Ms. Carroll, you have a hand, please.
I do. I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, but I wanted to let you and everyone else know that Mr. Schwartz has had a family emergency and has had to leave. He may or may not be back tomorrow. He is going to call us, but he will definitely be back on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carroll, and extend my hope that all works out well for Mr. Schwartz, and thank you for letting us know. With that, I believe we can pick up where we left off. I see we have Ms. Prüfer, and I will look to Dr. Priest. You are here, thank you. And you may have to remind us, Ms. Prüfer or Dr. Priest, where we were in terms of the exhibit and page number.
Yeah, Dr. Priest, thank you for pointing me to the page in 514R, DWR 514R, PDF page 44 or 42. I see that now. I see what you were referring to. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with all locations in the Delta where the Shingle Springs Band practices tribal ceremony involving contact with water?
Objection to the extent it calls for confidential information.
No, please don't share any confidential information, Dr. Priest.
Yes. I do think this is a little outside of the scope of my testimony. I'm testifying here. What we're talking about currently is water bodies upstream of the Delta, and those are the water bodies that Gary Mulcahy and Dr. Sarmento were referring to.
So just to be clear, your testimony is that the DCP cannot affect harmful algal blooms anywhere upstream of the intakes.
In the water bodies upstream of the Delta is what the water bodies that were pointed out in the testimony of these two witnesses. I'm saying Delta Conveyance is not going to affect those upstream water bodies.
The specific ones referenced by Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Mulcahy in the lines of testimony that you're
yes. Upstream of the Delta, yes.
So I guess that's my question. Is your testimony that the Delta Conveyance Project cannot affect harmful algal bloom anywhere upstream of the intakes, or just in the locations referenced by Mr. Mulcahy and Dr. Sarmento in the portions of the testimony you are rebutting?
I guess for the purposes of this, in this particular testimony, I'm specifically referencing the water bodies mentioned here.
And does that opinion take into account tidal oscillation and movement of cyanobacterial cells?
Yes.
Objection to the extent that what location for tidal oscillation upstream of the Delta where?
Well, you can clarify, Ms. Prüfer. Are you referring to a specific location?
I'm not referring to a specific location. Dr. Priest, my understanding is that you just said that the specific locations cited by Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Mulcahy are the ones you're referring to here, and I'm asking whether your opinion takes into account tidal oscillation and movement of particles with respect to the locations that you're rebutting here.
I don't think the project is going to have any impact on these water bodies. I don't think it's going to impact water bodies upstream of the Delta.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to shift a bit now and ask about your consideration of D1641 requirements. Could we please go to DWR 508R, please? And scroll up to PDF page 7. Thank you. I'd like to direct you to lines 6 through 7, where you state that DWR would continue to comply with D1641 requirements. Is that correct, Dr. Brees?
That's correct.
If existing regulatory requirements were not met in dry or critically dry years, would that change your opinion?
That's outside of my expertise. What I'm showing is that, in my testimony, is that the Delta Conveyance project would continue to comply with Delta D1641 requirements. And I do that by looking at different water year types and across months, different locations. And I look at the long-term averages and also look at the exceedances of D1641. And collectively, all of that shows is that DWR would continue to comply with D1641 requirements.
Just to clarify, did you say you look at exceedances of D1641 as well?
I presented a couple of tables in my testimony. It's in, I think, well, it's definitely in my oral testimony that I provided this morning in 509. I have those compliance tables for electrical conductivity and chloride, and I show the comparison of the different baselines compared to the different Delta Conveyance project scenarios at CC50 and CC95 and do a comparison at the different locations.
Does that mean, Dr. Priest, that you are considering the board's issuance of temporary urgency change orders that temporarily suspend the provisions of D1641?
Objection outside the scope, calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled to the extent you can answer, Dr. Priest.
I would defer to Mr. Singh for any of the modeling assumptions that were included.
Mr. Singh, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me? Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So all the modeling that was done for 2043 in existing conditions, and none of those models have any assumptions related to TUCPs or relaxation of standards. So summary tables that Ms. Priest presented or Dr. Priest presented, they are based on modeling that does not have any TUCPs. So.
Great, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Those are all of the questions that I had for Dr. Priest today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Proofer, does that complete DTEC's questioning of this panel?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And I see a hand from Ms. Moskal. If we can please elevate Ms. Moskal. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Hello, Hearing Officer Kenzie.
Good afternoon.
Ellen Moskal for Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I have questions for Mr. Singh and also Dr. Priest and Mr. Schwarz, but I believe I will only get through my questions for Mr. Singh today.
Great. And then we will work on, if you have questions for Mr. Schwarz, we'll figure out the timing for that.
Great.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. Thank you for making yourself available to answer questions this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I will start with a general question regarding FEIR modeling for the project. Is it correct that the model runs performed for the FEIR included a NDD priority scenario for 2020 climate conditions?
So the modeling for EIR did have a study or appendix where we looked at North Delta priority, and we did a model that prioritized North Delta, but not all EIR modeling. That was just an appendix. The proposed project was South Delta priority.
Okay. So during the course of this hearing, DWR developed a new set of no project and with project model scenarios, which DWR has referred to as the updated baseline and DCP ITP scenarios. And DWR submitted those model runs to the hearing officer on March 17th, 2025, I believe. Are you familiar with those model runs?
Yes, I am.
Did the updated baseline and DCP ITP 2020 model scenarios simulate water years 1922 through 2021 for temperature?
So all the temperature modeling that was done is limited to 2015, water year 2015. For starting at the water year 22, 2015, and that is because of the temperature model we have that was not extended beyond 2015.
Okay. Is it correct that the DCP ITP 2020 model scenario incorporated the ITP refinements, including all 3 sub-daily requirements?
That is correct. So the DCP ITP modeling did have those sub-daily requirements that were incorporated into DSM-2.
Okay. If we could please pull up DWR 123R and scroll to page 8. Thank you. And we could scroll down, please, to paragraph 17. And a little bit further so we can see. Perfect. Thank you. So in response to the AHO's request for information, DWR conducted new model runs for 2043 conditions and submitted those in this proceeding on October 9th, 2025, correct?
Yes, there was a version that was submitted on October 9th.
And that included new model runs for 2043 scenarios called CC50 and CC95, correct?
That is correct.
Did those new model runs for 2043 conditions include future climate conditions that were simulated using the same methodology as the March 2025 updated baseline runs?
So the updated baseline is just the adjusted historical scenario. So it's essentially, I think that was discussed earlier this morning. It's a historical run, but the hydrology is adjusted to account for the recent climate change that we have seen. But it is a current condition model, while these 2043 scenarios are future scenarios that look into climate change at 2043. So those are 2 different things. So the previous models updated baseline was adjusted historical. So it says historical hydrology taking into account recent climate change. And then climate scenarios is really 2043, CC50 and CC95. So those are 2 different things.
Okay. So the new model runs included the 4 scenarios. First, no project with half a foot of sea level rise. Second, with project with half a foot of sea level rise. Third, no project with 1 foot of sea level rise. And fourth, with project with 1 foot of sea level rise, correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that the only difference between the October model runs and the March 2025 model runs, other than the differences in those 4 scenarios, is that the new CC50 and CC95 model runs are based on 2043 conditions sea level rise assumptions?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to identify differences between the October and March model runs, other than the fact that it runs through the 4 scenarios that I described. I am asking whether the only difference between those 2 sets, other than those 4 scenarios, is that the March model runs for 2043 include 2043 condition sea level rise assumptions.
Sorry, objection. I'm confused now. I thought that the March 20 was 2025 and that's not 2043 model runs. I thought also that the whole point of providing a bunch of information in a chart was to avoid these questions, because in essence, I thought the chart that we had to provide to the AHO at the AHO's request and all the parties was to describe these differences.
Well, apparently Ms. Moskal has questions, which she's allowed to ask. But I am also confused, but it may be because I'm just not tracking.
It's a clunky question.
Okay.
I think I can get a little closer to the point here. Between the October and March model runs, were all DCP operation assumptions identical?
So when you say, so when you talk about models, there's 2 model files that were submitted, right? So there's a CalSIM, which is the operations model looking at State Water Project CVP operations. And then we have the DSM-2, which is the delta simulation of hydrodynamics and water quality. So in terms of CalSIM models, yes, in terms of DCP operations, both those contained the DCP ITP requirements. But the DSM-2 runs in October did not include some of the sub-daily requirements that are in the DCP ITP. So those were missed in those October runs, and we have since reran those models and resubmitted them.
That brings me to my next question, which is to confirm that the January 2026 model runs that were submitted in January 2026 for 2043, those are referred to as CC50R and CC95R, correct?
That is correct.
And it's correct that the only difference between these revised model runs compared to the October model runs is the incorporation of all 3 of the refined ITP criteria that you just referenced.
That is correct.
Okay. So the runs submitted in January incorporated the refined ITP DCP bypass criteria that were described in the updated modeling presented in your testimony previously, DWR 110 and DWR 104R, correct?
That is correct.
In your opinion, which of these model scenarios best reflects DWR's anticipated future operation of the DCP?
When you say anticipated future operations, are you referring to climate change? So, I mean, in terms of operational criteria for DCP based on the ITP, both these model runs have same assumption in terms of allowable diversions, based on the ITP. The only difference is that the March or previous runs were looking at what you call existing conditions with adjusted historical hydrology. And these new runs in January are looking at a future scenario with the climate change and sea level rise. So in terms of DCP requirements, both of them have same DCP ITP assumptions. It's just that the hydrology and sea level rise is different.
I guess my question then is, with those hydrology and climate assumptions, which do you believe is most reflective of how DWR anticipates the future operation of the DCP to play out?
Objection, Fagan, ambiguous as to which modeling runs we're comparing as being the most reflective.
I would take an answer that identifies any of the model scenarios that DWR has submitted.
Can you clarify when you say future, what do you mean by future?
I suppose when the project begins operating.
So, so if we're trying to look at, mid to 2040 when the project is expected to be operational, then 2043 runs with climate change, hydrology, and sea level rise will represent, conditions that are expected during that time.
Okay, and then what would be the corresponding model that shows the no project condition?
So for the runs that were provided in January, there is 2043 CC50 baseline, which is no DCP, and then there is 2043 CC50 with DCP. So there's two sets, for CC50 and CC95, two different climate hydrologies. There's with and without project models that are submitted. So,
okay. So we can move on to the unimpaired flow model runs. So in February 2026, DWR submitted modeling for unimpaired flow model scenarios, correct?
yes, at the request of AHO, there was some modeling that was done for unimpaired flows.
And these model runs incorporated all three of the refined ITP criteria, correct?
That is correct.
Great. So DWR has also conducted model runs for 2070 and 2085 climate conditions in CalSIM 3, but not in DSM 2, correct?
That is correct.
And the 2085 CC50 model run assumed 1.8 feet of sea level rise.
That is correct.
And 2085 CC95 assumed 3.5 feet of sea level rise, correct?
Yeah, CC75 at 2085. Yes, that had 3.5 feet.
Why were these future conditions not modeled in DSM-2?
So for both 2070 and 2085, looking at these future scenarios, again, we're looking at more than 50 years down the road. While doing these calcium runs for 2085 and also 2070, there were a lot of assumptions that were made in those models in terms of changes in demands, TUCPs, and other assumptions. And really, what we saw is that under these future scenarios with the hydrology and sea level rise, the model was crashing as there was imbalance between the water that's available and a different demand. So we had to make certain assumptions just to have those models run. And again, these are not assumptions that we're saying that are predictive of what the future would look like. They are speculative. So, but we did complete the calcium modeling using those assumptions. So we did not follow up with DSM-2 because it's just that assumptions that we have in this model are very speculative what will happen at 2085. But we did present in terms of changes with DCP and looking at calcium results, changes in storage, flows, salinity at certain locations, but we didn't conduct any DSM-2 analysis.
Okay. Did all of these model runs, so the FEIR, the updated baseline and ITP operations, the 2043 CC50 and CC95 scenarios we've discussed, did all of these runs include operations to meet Fall X2 criteria for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project?
Maybe Tom, you can talk about the assumptions. Mr. Fitzy, if you're available.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, all these models include the Fall X2 regulation.
Okay. Did any of DWR's model runs evaluate modified DCP operations when temporary urgency change petition requests would be required during drought periods?
So existing conditions 2043 runs did not have any TUCP assumptions. Like I mentioned before, at 2085 and 2070, those were scenarios when we were doing calcium. A lot of times the model was crashing, the reservoirs were going to dead pool. So we did make a lot of different assumptions to analyze this imbalance and see how the model will work. And one of them assumptions was that TUCPs in driest of years. In 2070 modeling, we did that. And the assumption was that, when we have these TOCPs, the DCP or the total state water project exports will be limited to health and safety only.
Did all of the model runs that we have discussed use the glass walls assumption for levees, meaning that they assumed that water would always remain in delta channels if they had tall vertical walls, regardless of sea level rise?
Yeah, so all the DSM-2 runs, there was no overtopping for the sea levels that we looked at.
But did it use the glass walls assumption that I described? Or
Objection, can we be more clear about which DSM-2 modeling runs? Are you talking about the 2070 model runs that previously asked these witnesses in detail during their direct testimony? Or a different model run?
I believe I began my question asking it in relation to all of the model runs that we have discussed.
Objection compound. Vague and ambiguous as to which model run.
Well, let's just, I guess I'll ask Mr. Singh, are there differences in the assumptions related to the levies across and how they're treated across the model runs?
There is not.
Okay.
And if I can just make a small clarification, there's never a fully vertical wall in DSM-2. There's a specified levee slope that comes, and that accommodates a certain as much. It accommodates sea level rise at I think it's a 3-to-1 slope. Yeah.
Back to you, Ms. Moskal, when you're ready.
Thank you. So did any of the model runs submitted in October 2025 or later evaluate catastrophic failures within the Delta?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what kind of failure.
We can take an example first, levee breaches.
No, none of this analysis that we submitted or we've done takes that into account.
Okay. And are you familiar with the NDD priority scenario presented in the FEIR?
Yes, I am.
Objection outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
I'm laying foundation so that I don't get an objection for lack of foundation.
I think do you need the answer again, Ms. Moskal?
I don't.
Okay.
I can move on. Aside from the proposed DCP operations and the single NDD priority scenario presented in the FEIR, did any of DWR's DSM-2 model runs evaluate a scenario in which State Water Project exports were fully shifted from the South Delta diversion to the North Delta diversion?
So all the analysis that we have done is for the proposed project that has South Delta priority, and shifting from south to north is only during periods when there's carriage water savings. So that was consistent assumption among all the model runs we did.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, I emailed in an exhibit today, DPWA 41. If we could please pull that up, I would appreciate it. Thank you. So this
Hearing
is,
Officer Kinsey, I don't believe this went to the service list, so if we could have that moved over to the FTP site, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, of course. I believe we're doing it simultaneously. If I can get confirmation from my hearing team that we are moving this over.
thank you. We were not anticipating to conduct cross-examination today. Otherwise, we would have had it uploaded ourselves. I appreciate it. So this is a DCP operations fact sheet that DWR put out in January 2026. Are you familiar with this document?
I believe I've seen this before. Yeah.
And I'm
Great.
sorry, Ms. Moscow, what is the number on this again? It's DPWA
41.
41. Thank you.
Thanks. So if we could scroll down to page 2, please. Great. So DWR states on this sheet that it may shift a portion of state water project diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta if it improves water quality management. Is the shift in diversions described here equivalent to the NDD priority scenario defined by the FEAR modeling?
No, it's not. So the shift that this one is referring here to for carriage water savings is currently incorporated into modeling assumptions. So all the models that we've been discussing do have this shift for water quality management and carriage water savings. So North Delta priority was a scenario where we prioritize North Delta no matter what, not just for water quality savings. So there is a difference.
So the shift described here is included in the modeling for the project.
That is correct.
Okay. If we could please pull up exhibit DWR 104R. Thank you. If we could go down to page 2, we can just use this for reference if needed. We talked a little bit previously about FOLX2. And am I correct that you've indicated that the FEAR runs for the DCP include state water project operations intended to meet requirements known as FOLX2?
I believe Mr. Fitzy testified that.
Yes, thank you. So do all of the sets of model runs we've discussed today, updated baseline and ITP, the 2043, CC50 and CC95, and the unimpaired flow runs, those all include FOLX2 operational requirements?
Mr. Fitzy, if we can confirm that.
Yes, all the modeling we're discussing here includes FOLX2.
Is it your understanding that the State Water Project and Central Valley Project are jointly responsible for meeting FOLX2 requirements?
Yes.
And are you aware that the United States Bureau of Reclamation issued a record of decision in December 2025 that eliminates the Fall X2 operational requirements?
I don't know the details, but yes.
Okay. Do you know if DWR currently operates the State Water Project to meet Fall X2 requirements?
I think that's a question for operators.
This may have the same response, but do you know if DWR intends to operate the State Water Project to meet Fall X2 requirements in the future?
Again, I think that's a question for operators.
So based on your knowledge and experience, if the Central Valley Project does not operate to meet Fall X2 requirements, do you expect that DWR would need to release more water to meet Fall X2 requirements in the future?
Objection to the extent it calls for legal conclusion and speculation.
And I'm Ms. Moskal, I guess I'm not sure there's a foundation here for Mr. Singh to answer the question since he did the modeling, but
Yeah.
now we're talking about actual operations, I think, or hypothetical actual operations.
Yes, we would love to ask a witness who's an expert on operations these questions, but we were hoping that someone on this panel would be able to opine. If not, I can just move on.
I think let's move on. Oh,
Great.
thank you.
So getting back to modeling, has DWR performed any model simulations to evaluate operations if the Fall X2 requirements do not apply?
I'm not aware of any modeling within the context of DCP.
Why haven't you modeled that scenario or condition?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
So the assumptions that we have listed here, the first two columns were existing conditions at the time of the EIR. So the baseline assumed all the requirements that were there based on 2020 ITP for State Water Project and 2019 BIOPS. So the modeling is consistent with the regulations that existed at that time. And the updated baseline with ITP moved to the newer BIOPS and also the newer ITP for State Water Project. So the goal here was to model what the existing regulations are.
Do you believe that it would be relevant to understand how the DCP would affect water quality in the Delta if DCP operations differ from the scenarios reflected in DWR's modeling?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer just to the extent you have a response, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I can't comment on that since I'm not aware of any discussion or modeling related to that.
Based on your experience modeling, how would you expect excluding Fall X2 requirements to change the amount of water that could be exported from the Delta under the DCP?
I don't know, Mr. Fitzhugh, if you have any thoughts on that.
I wouldn't want to speculate. I'm not sure.
Okay. If we could please go back to DWR 123R, the first page.
And Ms. Moskal, just as a warning, we have 11 minutes left. So whenever you come to a good break, let me know.
I am about to ask like 2 to 3 questions, and then I think it will be a good time to call it. Great, thank you. If we could please scroll down a little bit. Perfect. So that second bullet point, you state that for 2043 climate change scenarios, incremental effects of the DCP to the flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and delta water quality remain consistent with the 2040 results presented in the final environmental impact report. Why did you choose to compare the 2043 climate change scenarios with the 2040 FEIR scenarios?
Because first of all, in terms of 2040 period, that is a period when the project is supposed to be operational. So, from a timeline perspective, those are similar timelines, although there is different hydrology. And there was some protestants who had mentioned that we didn't do any analysis at 2040 when the project is expected to be operational, especially with ITP criteria. So the analysis was really to show that even with this, new climate change scenarios and the updated ITP criteria, the changes that we see, or in case of flows and storage, no changes, are similar to what we saw in a similar time frame with a different hydrology and set of operational criteria that we had in the EIR. So, in terms of incremental changes, we found that even with this new climate change scenarios and updated criteria, the changes are similar that were reported in the EIR.
So when you were preparing your rebuttal testimony, did you compare the incremental effects of the DCP and the new 2043 model runs with the incremental effects of the DCP from the 2020 model runs?
No, I did not.
Okay. I think that this is a good breaking point. Thank you so much for answering my questions. I will have several more for Mr. Singh tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moskal, and thank you, Mr. Singh and others on the panel. We have 9 more minutes, which leads me to ask whether there is anything we need to address before we break and reconvene tomorrow morning. I see Mr. Schutz's hand. Can we please elevate Mr. Schutz? Welcome, Mr. Schutz. Nice to have you at the end of the day.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you. I just wanted to check in on the order of proceeding tomorrow. I believe I'm scheduled to go at some point, and I didn't really catch what the sequence was, and I'd very much appreciate having an idea about that.
I don't think I have it, so I will not look, and I'm not sure we have the right people online unless Ms. Meserve is willing to humor us and has more information. I only had a list that went as far. Well, Ms. Moskal was actually, I think, a surprise instead of Ms. Meserve. So, Ms. Meserve, do you have more clarity for us?
We made a little bit of an adjustment to accommodate Mr. Ruiz, but I think we'll go back to the list the way that it was sent to the hearing officer on looks like on March 18th. So it's just a matter of the Sacramento group having switched places with Central and South Delta. So the next cross-examiner will be Mr. Ruiz, and then after that would be you, Mr. Schutz.
Great.
Does that make sense?
That's what I wanted to know. And would you mind rattling off or telling us what the rest of the procedure is, just so that I have that?
Sure. Then it will be me for Contra Costa, and then Ms. Desjardins, and then Seawin, Baykeeper. And then we're going to go to Mr. Goshi. And I think we're not sure if we'll be able to get through the modeling cross tomorrow or if it'll go into Wednesday, but we know Mr. Goshi is the afternoon of the 25th, and then I will turn to the hearing officer to correct anything I may have wrong.
That sounds right to me, as far as I know. And then we will see where Mr. Schwarz fits into that. I realize that's another factor here.
What was his, is he not available tomorrow? or-
He had to depart because, as I understand, for a family emergency, so we're not clear about his
Oh.
status tomorrow. And I expect
Okay.
hopefully we'll have
So
some more
we-
clarity. Is
we
that
may
right,
have-
Ms. Carroll?
Yeah, that's correct. He had to leave rather rapidly, so we could not confirm with him, but he said that he would provide us an update, and if we receive one, we'll pass that on.
Okay, sorry, I did miss that. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, my questions are solely for Mr. Singh.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. Then I will make a last call for housekeeping. Anything else we should address before 9 a.m.? All right, then we are adjourned.